Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone, actually. Thanks for joining us here on 10 TV streaming. I'm meteorologist Aaron White, and just want to give you an update on what is happening here across the area as we are tracking potential for some severe weather, and we do now have a tornado warning that does include western parts of Champaign County, and this is going to be continuing to track to the east, so we're just giving you a heads up as we are going to eventually be tracking this here into central Ohio as we continue through the next several hours. Now, one thing I do want to mention is that we are not anticipating widespread severe weather, but because there's enough spin in the atmosphere, the storms, as they get stronger, they're able to tap into some of that spin and start to rotate a little bit. And that's what we are seeing happening here again now in western parts of Champaign County. So this is a look at that tornado warning. This going until about 8:30. So it's mainly for this western part of the storm right here that we are starting to see some rotation. And we're going to go ahead and switch this over to the velocity picture. And there has been a notable lowering in the clouds just south of Sydney there. And right now not seeing as much rotation. There is still some signs that there is at least a little bit as we look at the velocity picture here, a little bit better indication where you can see the red and the green right next to each other. That's where we are seeing some indication that there is at least some low level rotation. No confirmation that there has been a tornado on the ground, but there is at least a lowering in the clouds, and that is something we're going to be tracking here as we continue through about the next 20 minutes or so with that tornado warning. This also includes parts of Shelby County and northeastern Miami County. But as you can see from where the rotation is currently located, this is going to be moving eastward into western parts of Champaign County. So that's going to be basically moving it towards areas north of Johnson and north of Urbana, probably between Urbana and West Liberty at this time as we're looking at that. So as we're talking about this area of rotation, we'll just give you a highlighted here right where we're looking at. So again, that's where there is some circulation. It's not the strongest rotation that we've seen this evening. We had it a little bit stronger right about there just a few scans ago. It was looking a little bit brighter, but there is at least something of suspect there in northeastern parts of Miami County and southeastern Shelby County. That is at least enough to prompt the National Weather Service to issue that tornado warning. So this is a look at the storm in a little bit more detail. There is also a lot of heavy rainfall with this, potential for some gusty winds up to about 30 or 40 miles per hour. Overall, it's not the strongest thunderstorm that we've seen, but because these storms are starting to grow a little bit larger, they're getting a little bit stronger, and there's enough spin in the atmosphere that we could see at least a brief funnel cloud possible for a touchdown, but more than likely we're not going to see a lot of this activity here as we continue on through this evening. So while we're looking at that, I'm going to go ahead and zoom things out just a little bit more just to give you a better perspective. Again, this storm crossing into western Champaign County. We also got some more storms there west of Bell Fountain. Those are also not severe, and even some heavier showers north of Delaware. But all this activity has been developing here in the last few hours. I'm going to put a loop on this just over the last hour or so. And you can see the trend is showing at least a little bit more intensification of these showers. At least some heavier rainfall is going to be probably the greatest threat that we're going to see through the course of this evening is some more heavy rainfall that could lead to some localized flash flooding. But as it stands right now, and at least for the next few hours, I would say all the way through about 11 p.m. or so, we are going to have to monitor some of these storms if they can get strong enough that they can tap into that spin in the atmosphere, because we can actually see the spin here on the radar picture. I'm going to put this over the course of the last few hours here looking at the radar picture, and I'll give you a little bit better idea of just what we're talking about here as we're seeing that spin. So you can actually kind of see it here on the radar and on the satellite picture. Notice how we got a lot of eastward movement here, kind of wrapping to the northeast and then wrapping back around here. So there's a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, and that's why these storms, as they get strong enough, they actually grow larger up into the atmosphere, they can start to rotate themselves. And sometimes that can lead to that rotation getting a little bit lower and maybe even making it closer to the ground. At least with a funnel cloud, that's a a possibility. If not a funnel cloud, even a wall cloud is possible. But the odds of a tornado right now, overall, with this whole system tonight, are pretty low. We're not going to see a lot of tornadoes. We're not talking about anything major like that. But if the storms again can get strong enough, there is that chance that we could see something happening, especially with that storm that is currently moving into western parts of Champaign County. And as we look at the trend over the last couple of hours, it does have some eastward movement to it. So if it does hold together, and whether or not it has a potential area of rotation on it, the storm itself is going to be making its way closer to the Columbus metro in about the next couple of hours. I would say between 10 and 11 p.m. we're going to start to see that moving closer to Columbus, whether that's in the northern part of the metro or the central part of the metro, that remains to be determined. But based on the current path that it is taking, and this storm is moving not very fast. It's moving off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So let me get you a track on this as we put this forward in time. Again, 20 miles per hour, so rather slow. So it is going to take some time. So the front edge of the storm moving pretty much east, maybe a little bit south of east, so right about there. So that would be making its way into the north metro. And we're talking about, 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours for some spots. So that's getting closer to Urbana about 8:39, Woodstock about 9:12, Milford Center 9:27, Plain City around 9:53, Jerome Township around 10:09, Dublin for 10:18, Westerville about 10:46, and New Albany just after 11 p.m. Again, that's assuming it all holds together. There's no guarantee on that. We could see some more development further back to the west. Could also see some more development further to the south, and maybe start to allow that, that storm that we're tracking right now to weaken just a little bit. There's a lot of factors that could go into it here in the next few hours. But for at least the time being, there has been some indications that we have seen some rotation on the radar picture. And that, again, is why the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning. And so as we look at the storm in a little bit more detail right now, again, you're looking at the storm right now. So it is crossing over, it's basically on the Tri-County line around Miami County. It's on Champaign County, and it's also into northeastern parts of Miami County, southeastern Shelby County right now. So as we're looking at that, again, looking back at the velocity picture, there is some indication that the rotation has faded away a little bit. Definitely some good news. Let's go ahead and look at this back over the last hour or so. So I'm going to actually bring it back a few scans. And what you'll notice is right about there, that was probably about the time when we had the strongest rotation. So that was about right around there. So as it was crossing Interstate 75, there was a clear lowering, no sign of a funnel cloud or a tornado, but definitely lowering cloud mass, a wall cloud, and that was crossing Interstate 75. Since then, though, as you can see where you have that bright green and red showing up there, there was definitely some rotation. And since then, as we went forward in time, there was still some rotation right there, still some north of Fletcher. And then as we got forward in time, not really seeing much green on the map. And if we switch it over to another product of velocity, there is at least a little bit still showing up. Again, it's not nearly as strong, but this would be close to the Johnson area if there is, in fact, a little bit of rotation still trying to maybe reorganize itself here on the backside of that thunderstorm. So this is what we're looking at. This would be crossing Ohio State Route 235. This is going to be near and north of Highway 36, so north of St. Paris, north of Conover, near Johnson. So if you live in Johnson, if you know anyone in western parts of Champaign County, just make sure that they are aware of this tornado warning that remains in effect until 8:30. So this is also going to be closer to the Millerstown area. Let's go ahead and clear that off. So again, just looking at that, we are seeing at least some signs that the rotation is starting to fade away. It's not gone yet, so definitely don't let your guard down, but it is at least a trend that we like to see. Us meteorologists and meteorologists at the National Weather Service looking for these trends to see if, the storm itself, the whole area of rotation is weakening and fading away. But as quickly as it can weaken, it can quickly strengthen back up. There's just the conditions are there within the atmosphere that, like I said before, we have a lot of spin. These storms can easily tap into some of that spin, and some of them not even really much for storm activity. There's not a lot of thunder and lightning with them. They're just really heavy showers, and they're just getting strong enough that they're tapping into some of that spin right now in western parts of Champaign County. So again, that's where we have that tornado warning in effect until 8:30 this evening. So far, we have not gotten any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Likely won't, but we have seen some pictures coming in from different areas of basically a lowering, so not even a funnel cloud necessarily, but maybe a rotating wall cloud. That's kind of the precursor to getting a funnel cloud and then eventually getting a tornado. So if you want to talk about 3 stages of development for a tornado, you get a wall cloud, you get a funnel cloud, and then the funnel touches down and it becomes a tornado. So far, all that we've really seen is a wall cloud on some of the photos that have been taken by emergency management in Shelby County, and looking at some other media in the area. It looks like there's a wall cloud that has developed, but that was earlier, and since then maybe starting to weaken just a little bit, coinciding with what we're seeing on the velocity picture with that weakening as well. So I want to zoom back down in there. And this is the newest scan, and I'm going to bring it back in time just a scan ago. So there may have been a slight uptick in the rotation, at least some brighter green now showing up. Still not as strong as what it was earlier, but even this is enough in these types of situations. It doesn't have to be strong rotation to get a funnel cloud to develop. You could have a brief funnel cloud that sticks around for less than a minute, and then it's gone. And it doesn't even touch down, doesn't cause a problem. Definitely looks ominous to see a funnel cloud, but it doesn't ever cause any problems. And that's the more likely scenario that we're going to see this evening, because there is that chance that we could see a few more funnel clouds, not even necessarily here locally, but also further to the north as we are tracking some of these storms building in to central Ohio. So right now, again, if you're watching us here on 10 TV streaming, thanks for joining us here at 8:22. If you're also watching us on Facebook Live, we are tracking some severe weather that is developing right now in western parts of Champaign County. This is a tornado warning that is in effect until 8:30. For now, going to see this moving out of Shelby County and out of Miami County, and more solely focused into western Champaign County here for about the next 8 minutes. And we'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this tornado warning. But because of what we're seeing on the velocity picture, that we're seeing that slight weakening, they may decide to allow it to expire and then wait a little bit to see if that rotation starts to strengthen up just a little bit more. And actually, this is a newer scan, and we're actually seeing a little bit more of an uptick in that rotation, at least some brighter green starting to show up there. Again, this is getting closer to the Johnson area. So if you know anyone that lives in western Champaign County, give them a heads up, shoot them a text to say, hey, heads up, there's a tornado warning if you're not aware, just so that they are aware of what's going on there. Again, we're not seeing any clear indication that there is a tornado developing, but there is at least some rotation. So the clouds themselves, a couple thousand feet up in the sky, likely have some rotation. There could be a wall cloud and maybe even a funnel cloud trying to develop, but for the time being, we haven't gotten any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but it would be crossing State Route 235 at the present time, getting closer to Johnson and then Millerstown, and basically staying on a easterly course for the next 20 miles or so over the next hour. And there you go, there's another new scan. So that rotation really has faded away. There is still some slight rotation where we have that green and red showing up still next to each other. But as you can see, that bright green disappeared. So that's an indication that the rotation has faded slightly. But we're going to get a new scan every 5 minutes or so. That radar beam goes around and it gives us some new insight into the storm. It always changes. These storms are ever changing. They're not going to be constant. Storms, that's just not how weather works. It's never constant. So these storms can get stronger. They can get weaker, all in the matter of a few minutes. And every 5 minutes with that radar scan definitely helps to show how the storm is evolving and basically helps us determine how this is going to continue to play out here as we go forward in time. So this is a look at that storm. It is starting to show some signs that at least it's producing some heavier rainfall north of Johnson. So we're getting some heavy rain in western parts of Champaign County. But so far that rotation is starting to fade just ever so slightly. So we're going to continue to monitor that, but also monitoring these other showers that are developing. They're around Quincy, northwest of West Liberty. We're also getting some storms that are still developing over towards the east around Delaware. Again, so far, none of these are showing any signs that they're getting stronger, but some heavy rainfall is going to be a concern as we continue on through the rest of tonight. And as we just kind of shift our focus right now, I do want to talk about that potential for heavy rainfall. So this is a look at, this is one of the maps that we use. This is the excessive rainfall outlook. So if you watched us before, we talk about the severe weather risk. The colors are still similar, but this is solely focused on heavy rainfall that can lead to flash flooding concerns. And this is never a guarantee, of course, but areas that are highlighted in red, because these areas, Cambridge, especially Perry County, Morgan County, Athens County, areas that have flooded already earlier this week and have had so much rain. Even around the Columbus metro, we've had anywhere from 3 to 5 inches up to 6 inches of rainfall in the last 7 days. The ground is saturated. The rain can't go anywhere. It's not going to soak into the ground. It's going to run off into the streets, run off into the creeks, rivers, and it's going to lead to quickly some flash flooding concerns here, especially if we get that heavy rain, the storms kind of moving over the same location one after another and leading to, rainfall amounts 1 to 2 inches. An inch of rainfall with how saturated the ground is, that could quickly lead to some flash flooding. So that is going to be one of our concerns as we continue on through tonight, as we track all this active weather that still is developing here this evening. We've only had these storms really start to develop in the last couple of hours. This is a look at the current live radar picture. And putting this back into motion just over the last 3 hours, you can actually see how really didn't have much, and then all of a sudden the storms really started to flare up there as they started to move closer to Urbana and Bellefontaine. So while we're talking about that, we did just get a new tornado warning issued for Champaign County. So let me go ahead and zoom into that area and give you the latest information as we are looking at that right now. So this is going to be a continuation of that tornado warning, so for that same storm right now, and this is going to be in effect until 9 p.m. So tornado warning for Champaign County until 9 p.m. The National Weather Service, and as we were seeing on the velocity picture, still noting that there is some rotation as the storm is moving east at 20 miles per hour. Right now located over St. Paris. And again, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So the National Weather Service in Wilmington have opted to extend that tornado warning now further into parts of Champaign County. So central and western Champaign County under a tornado warning. If you're actually watching us in Champaign County, I would advise you to go to your tornado safe place right now. That's the lowest level of your home, a basement. And if you don't have a basement, that's the lowest floor, basically. Put as many walls between you and the outside is going to be your best protection. In case a tornado does develop, there's no guarantee, and hopefully we don't have a tornado, but because there is that possibility based on what we have on radar, but what we were seeing on the velocity picture is that tornado could quickly spin up in a short amount of time. It's better just to go to your safe place and just kind of wait out the storm and hopefully nothing happens. And that's what we always hope for in any type of these situations. But for at least the time being, there has been some indication in the last few minutes or so that we've had some rotation, and so far still showing that rotation starting to fade away a little bit. And it is always possible too that the National Weather Service will see that that rotation is fading away and decide to let the tornado warning expire a little bit early. But at least for the next 30 minutes, we have a tornado warning in effect for Champaign County. Just looking at some of the latest updates from the Weather Service, just reading into what they're talking about. And yeah, they're mentioning that the storm not really showing any strong signs of that low-level rotation. We had that about 20 to 30 minutes ago. Right as that tornado warning was issued, there was a little bit stronger rotation showing up back when it was in northeastern parts of basically along the border, kind of right around there. You can see basically northwest of Fletcher, near Lockington. That's where we had some of the strongest rotation as it was developing right around there. Going back in time, it was developing, and then it continues to hold together for a little while. And as it crosses the border into Champaign County, starting to see it weakening just a little bit more. So that's what we have right now. For at least where there is a little bit of rotation. It is very weak. That's right around the Millerstown area and near Johnson over St. Paris. So right around there is where there could be at least a wall cloud. There could be a funnel cloud maybe trying to develop still, but this rotation is a bit weaker than we had, again, about 20 minutes or so ago. Now, while we're looking at that, I do want to zoom out here and just give you a little bit more perspective on what we are also tracking. So that is in Champaign County. This would be making its way, if it does hold together, again, this is all assuming it holds together, would put it on a course towards basically southern Union County, northern Madison County, so getting closer to Marysville. So we have a look at one of our ODOT cameras in the Marysville area. If we want to take a look at that, they're actually they are out right now, so sorry about that. We will see if we can get those eventually at some point, but it looks like a couple of the DOT cameras are out at the moment. So as we are tracking this storm, again, this whole area has a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and these storms, all of them, as they continue to grow in size, they can start to tap into some of that rotation. So it's really going to be areas basically near and north of Interstate 70, sort of right in here where we have that spin, that some of this activity as it continues to evolve can tap into that spin and maybe produce a brief funnel cloud. That's going to be a concern here this evening. But the overall threat for tornadoes does remain low at this time. And we are going to at least see how this continues to track. We have that tornado warning for another 28 minutes, and there's a very real possibility that the storm ends up, weakening just a little bit, and we see that tornado warning allowed to expire, and hopefully that's the case. Again, we don't want to have to deal with that, but at least for the time being, there is still at least some indications that there is a little bit of rotation in western and northern parts of Champaign County. So this is going to keep it northwest of Urbana. So if you are watching us in Urbana, if you're watching us in Bell Fountain, just know we are tracking this here for you. Marysville, Delaware, we're still watching these storms as they will be getting closer. Same thing for Columbus. This will, if it holds together, just putting this in motion over the last hour, you can see the track. And I'll put a tracker on here in just a moment, but you can really see the track actually does bring it towards the east and maybe just slightly south of due east. So that's going to be rolling it in towards the north metro of Columbus, likely closer to, I would say, around 10, maybe 10:30. It's only moving east at 20 miles per hour, so it's not a fast-moving storm. And that brings us back to our original concern, or a greater concern here for this evening and tonight, is heavy rainfall. these slow moving storms can drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and that can lead to some flash flooding concerns. So we will have to watch for that. And then if we get more storms developing back to the west, that's going to lead to more heavy rainfall. So again, tracking that here, tracking a couple different things for the rest of this evening and as we continue on through tonight. So that's the only storm that we have any warnings for right now. We are watching some more development there northeast of Delaware, some heavy rainfall right over Ashley. This is northeast of town, northeast of Delaware. This will be crossing Interstate 71 in about the next 20 to 30 minutes. And it looks like we do have a new tornado warning. This one going to be actually north of that storm. So it looks like there must be a little bit more rotation. So this is going to be for that storm right around DeGraff. Let me go ahead and switch this over to the velocity picture here. And at least showing some, yeah, definitely some weak rotations. So I guess they have decided to issue a tornado warning for that storm north of the one in Champaign County. So a couple different areas that we are watching here this evening for that potential for at least a funnel cloud. Again, right there is some rotation, and then some rotation trying to develop there near DeGraff, and the other one in Champaign County right around the Johnson area. So two different storms. They're not very strong thunderstorms by any means. They're not even, I don't even think they're producing really any lightning. So basically just some heavy showers, but they've grown large enough in the atmosphere. You know, we're talking about 20,000, 30,000 feet high, that they're tapping into some of that spin that is in the atmosphere and trying to possibly produce at least some rotation, whether that's a wall cloud, a funnel cloud. So far, we have not gotten any confirmations of a tornado on the ground. Definitely some good news, but there at least has been some rotation noticed in the clouds, and that's why the National Weather Service has opted to issue that tornado warning. So again, just looking at some of the reports here, definitely some lower clouds that have been noticed in parts of Champaign County, just near New Paris. But so far, based on what I'm seeing for some of these pictures, there's definitely not a tornado on the ground. So we got, with that new tornado warning, there's a report from a local fire department about some the lowering clouds. So that's why they opted to issue that tornado warning for Logan County. So this is going to be near and just southwest of Bell Fountain. And I don't know if we have any DOT cameras in that area. Kyle, if you're in there, if you know of any cameras that are in that area. We might not have any that far out. Okay, we do not have any cameras in that area. So unfortunately, we can't give you a picture of what is happening, at least there on the ground, at least from the sky, but at least we can see on the radar, we do have two separate tornado warnings that we are tracking. And so this newest one, this is also, they're both in effect until 9 p.m. So these are going to be short duration tornado warnings, likely less than a half an hour, mainly because they're not really strong thunderstorms. These are not your classic, Kansas, Oklahoma, big time thunderstorms by any means. These are small, heavy showers that could briefly produce a funnel cloud, and then, they start to fall apart. So that's our biggest concern. But because the rotation has gotten a little bit stronger, it's been more notable that there has been concern that maybe a funnel cloud could try to touch down, and that's why these tornado warnings have been issued by the National Weather Service. There are emergency management, some spotters out in the field in Champaign County and Logan County that are also watching these storms, watching how they develop, and giving us basically eyes on the ground to see how these continue to play out. So I'm going to go ahead and go kind of back and forth between these two storms, and eventually, if we are getting closer to the potential for these tornado warnings to move into parts of Union County or Madison County, we will have to pause for a moment and interrupt our viewers on CBS to let them know that these storms are coming into parts of central Ohio here into our 10 TV coverage area. but I wanted to hop here onto the stream here on 10 TV streaming, and if you're watching us on Facebook Live, just to give you a heads up early as we're watching these storms eventually going to be moving into those areas in Union County, Madison County, eventually into Delaware County, Franklin County as well. No guarantee that we're going to have to deal with severe weather, but that is what we are watching, at least right now. So 2 different storms. The strongest one is really the southern one, the one we've been tracking here from the beginning, as it was in Miami and Shelby County. There is still at least some indication that we have at least a little bit of weak rotation, and even if there's not any rotation, let me go ahead and just kind of circle this area. So we're not seeing as much green showing up next to the red. So not really a strong indication that there's rotation, but there's still some pretty gusty winds. I mean, we could be talking about winds up to 40 miles per hour as this whole area is passing through just north of Westville. It had a lowering as it was moving past St. Paris. There was a definitive lowering when it was on the border of Miami and Shelby County as it crossed to I-75. Since then, it's weakened just a little bit, and now we're just watching each radar scan. If you've watched this before here on 10 TV or just watched severe weather coverage in general, we use the radar a lot. It's our tool to track these storms, and we get an update on the radar every 5 minutes. That beam goes around, and it takes 5 minutes roughly to process that data and get it into our system. So after each scan, we have to wait a few more minutes to see the latest update. And what we're watching for is basically the red and the green. Do they get closer? Do they get brighter? Or does one color start to fade away? That's all things that we have to look for. And that so far we aren't seeing, there's still a little bit of green. So there is still some winds that are blowing towards the radar. And of course, a lot of wind blowing away from the radar site. But really, for any chance of seeing a funnel cloud, you really need to have those colors be a little bit more prominent, showing a little bit more green. That's what we had, 10, 15, almost 20 minutes ago while it was tracking through Miami and Shelby County. But since then, there is some indication that is weakening just a little bit more. And there's another new update. Still not showing as much green, definitely some red. And it could be a situation where this is trending away from the threat for a tornado and more just some gusty winds within the, really within the storm itself. And same thing for the one over DeGraff. Very small storm, and really not showing as much rotation as it once had. A little bit trying to develop. And I'm going to switch it over to one of our other radar sites. So let me switch this over. This is one located at the airport around Dayton, and it may kind of go in and out here, so we'll have to wait for that data to load. So let me switch it back to our velocity, and I just want to switch it over to that radar just to see if we have anything that's showing up. And it looks like, yeah, that data is loading. So let's give it a moment to process and see if we're getting a better picture. So that radar is closer to where the storms are at. So that would give us a better idea on how that rotation is looking, because we might be looking over top of the rotation with the Wilmington radar that's further south. And it looks like the data, there we go. So yeah, so it'd be right in there. There is at least some indication that there is still some rotation as it was moving past Johnson. And if we go further to the north, bringing this back in time, maybe at least a little bit, but that, unfortunately, that velocity is just going to cut out a little bit. So we'll have to monitor that periodically here just to see if that data will come in a little bit better in the next few minutes. But again, just if you're joining us right now here on 10 TV streaming and on Facebook Live, we have a couple of tornado warnings that are in effect. These are for Champaign County and Logan County until 9 p.m. So that's going to be the concern that we have, at least for about the next 16 minutes or so. And it is very well possible, because we have seen that rotation starting to weaken just a little bit, that these storms, the tornado warnings, may be allowed to expire a little bit early. But gonna have to wait for the National Weather Service to basically decide if they're gonna allow the warnings to expire. They may also decide to keep them a little bit longer if they feel like the rotation is starting to increase just a little bit more. So that's what we have going on right now. Zooming things out just a little bit more, we have more storms that are developing further to the east now. These are closer to Delaware County. This is basically crossing Interstate 71 here shortly. And going to switch it over to the velocity picture here just to see if we have anything showing up. And there might be something trying to develop a little bit. I'm going to switch this over to another picture here, and yeah, that would be something we'll have to watch here as well to see if we have any rotation developing. So Kyle, if you're in there, if you want to see if we have any DOT cameras on Interstate 71, just east or northeast of Delaware, we'll want to watch this area as well. There's no tornado warning on this right now. If we do get something issued here in the next few minutes, we will of course have to continue to track this for you here on 10 TV streaming, and we'll also need to update our viewers watching on CBS. So that's those are the main areas that we have. There's 3 different small storms that we're watching right now. This one, again, these 2 that have the tornado warnings on them, both until 9 p.m., so 15 more minutes on those. Watching this one getting a bit stronger, and gonna have to watch to see if we get a tornado warning on that. Based on what we saw there on the velocity picture just a moment ago, I would not be surprised if this is our next storm to get a tornado warning on it. And then also watching these ones here west of Marion right now. So far, those are a bit weaker, but everything's there. The whole atmosphere has a lot of energy still in it. It's been overworked, of course, the last week or so, but there's enough energy now. There's also just enough spin in the atmosphere that we have to watch all of these little showers, these heavier showers, as they continue to develop. Sorry, Kyle, what was that? Okay. And we are gonna, yeah. Okay, we are gonna get a DOT camera up here momentarily. Looking for one around the Delaware area. So again, just monitoring a few different things, and even getting a little heavier shower there developing on the south side of Columbus, so right over Grove City. This is nothing severe, but that's also going to be a thing we're watching for, is some heavy rainfall. And that quickly flared up. I mean, let me just go back. This is over the last hour. Let's just go back in the last, 15, 20 minutes, and went from nothing to, something pretty quickly there. So that's what we're watching, this quick development. And that's going to be a concern here as these continue to develop, that they tap into some of that spin, and we start to see a little bit more rotation showing up on some of these thunderstorms. So while we're watching that, again, I'm going back and forth, checking the radar, and also checking with the National Weather Service to see if they have any more updates. So far, the last update that I've seen is that they're just monitoring those 2 storms in Logan and Champaign County with the 2 tornado warnings. And we'll have to wait and see if we see any extension, or if they allow those warnings to expire either early or right at 9 p.m. So also watching some more heavy rainfall back towards the area west of Kenton. So if you live in Kenton, if you're in Hardin County, we got some more showers and possibly a rumble of thunder building in. They're not really showing any signs that there's a lot of lightning with these storms. But definitely some heavy rainfall is going to be a concern. Again, switching this back over to the velocity picture, just taking a couple of quick scans just to see what we're getting. And this is still same that area that we're watching, basically right in here. That's northwest of Urbana. So that's one area that we're watching for a potential for something to develop. Again, no guarantee, but if you live in Champaign County, even if you live in Urbana, I would advise just going to a safe place. Your basement, if you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home. Basically, just get away from windows in case something does develop here in the next short while. And same thing for the storm in southern Logan County, although it does look like that storm is really starting to fall apart, and we may see that warning allowed to expire just a little bit early. But while that is still happening, this one has really flared up. This is going to be crossing Interstate 71, and I do believe we have a camera around 71 if we're able to take a look at that here momentarily. So again, you're looking at, I believe this is I-71 at State Route 61 that we're taking a look at. Hard to see anything that's happening. It looks like there's just some activity, cars driving around, of course, but not really seeing much for any active weather. Take a look at that full here. Not going to really see any flashes of lightning. So again, this is at State Route 61. So let me go, I'm going to go ahead and zoom into the radar here and see. So yeah, we're at I-71 and State Route 61. So basically this is the area, and looks like, okay, we're now looking towards the south and west, and camera is tilted, towards, looks like they're moving the camera around. If they may move it again here momentarily, if they move it back towards the south and west, for a brief moment there, could definitely see something was moving in from that direction. That was looking towards where that storm is at. So we'll leave it here for just a moment on this camera, and we'll see if they move the camera back towards the south and west, and that'd be looking directly into that storm. And Kyle, if you can leave it on the DOT camera here for a little bit, but if you're able to, if we can look back into other DOT cameras in the area and see if there might be one that's facing towards the southwest. Okay, this is our closest perspective that we have, so we can keep it on here. Kyle, if you want to double box it with the radar and the DOT camera, we can keep that up for a little bit, because this is going to be our best perspective just to watch the whole situation. So that's one storm. Again, there's no warning on this storm right now, but it is strengthening. It has strengthened fairly quickly in the last 30 minutes or so. And actually you can see some rain now showing up on the camera lens, and now we're looking back towards the south and west. And if they tilt the camera, the DOT, Ohio Department of Transportation, is controlling the camera, so they're moving around to a different views. But if at some point we see them move that back to the southwest and move it a little bit up towards look towards the sky versus the ground, we may start to see something. But of course, these are traffic cameras, so they're going to have them focus more on the ground. But they do still give us a good picture of what is happening. And of course, you can see that there is some rain. The roads are wet right now. We are at least starting to get some rain moving over Interstate 71, and just going to have to keep monitoring that storm to see if it shows any signs of starting to rotate. I'll switch this back over to the velocity picture here, and it's definitely not as strong as what we saw back in parts of Miami and Shelby County, but there is at least something on radar that is worth us watching. Let's just say that. It's worth us watching here for the next little bit to see how that develops. But in any case, it's going to produce a lot of heavy rainfall there as it's crossing basically out of Delaware County. It's moving east of Ashley right now. That's going to be putting it into Knox and Morrow County here, more specifically into Knox County, as it is crossing a little bit further towards the east, and actually crossing from Delaware County into, it's right now situated in areas around just south of Mount Gilead. So again, this is in southern Morrow County, and eventually would be crossing into western parts of Knox County here shortly. So keeping an eye on that. No threat of a tornado right now. This is a heavy rainfall producer. We're also getting some more rain back towards the west into Marysville, starting to see at least some light rain into the city. And of course, still focused on the one tornado warning, or the two tornado warnings that we have, that will continue for about the next 7 minutes. And gonna just kind of have to wait and see if they decide to allow those storms to, or allow the tornado warnings to expire at 9 p.m. or if we get an extension. And just getting the latest update from the National Weather Service, and they're also monitoring that storm along the border of Delaware County and Morrow County. They're noticing that there is at least some rotation, but it's also about 3,000 feet above the ground. And so that's, high enough up into the clouds that it's not a concern for a tornado to develop. But if that rotation does strengthen a little bit, then that's where we would be talking about a little bit more of a concern. So while we're watching that, this is a new tornado warning that is in effect again for Champaign County, and this is going to include the city of Urbana for that warning. And this is going to be, again, still moving towards the east at about 20 miles per hour. This is going to be in effect until 9:30, and we'll likely stay on with this here on 10 TV streaming because this is going to be getting closer to some of our counties. This is going to be eventually getting closer to parts of Union County and also northern Madison County, assuming this holds together, okay? So as of the latest update at 8:54, so just about a minute ago when the National Weather Service issued this warning, they noticed that the area of rotation, the storm, was near and north of Urbana, moving to the east at 20 miles per hour. That's going to be basically continuing through central and eastern parts of Champaign County. So going back to the velocity picture here, and that's definitely at least a little bit more suspect with that rotation, and just kind of switching it back between two different views here. So we're looking at basically right in here, there is at least some rotation. So again, this is going to be near Urbana, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. So watching how this plays out here as we continue to track this storm. Again, no clear indication that we have a tornado on the ground. So far from what we have from the National Weather Service is that there is no definitive, there has not been a confirmation of a tornado at all. We have seen a clear lowering in the clouds, wall cloud that has been sighted as it was back in parts of Shelby County and Miami County, southern Shelby County, basically along the border there as it was crossing Interstate 75. But since then, the velocity picture has shown some signs of rotation, but thankfully we haven't gotten any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So while we are watching that, we're also waiting for some new updates with the velocity picture here as we get some new scans of the radar. And even just like looking at the last couple of scans, there's definitely still some rotation on radar, which is why the Weather Service opted to extend that tornado warning further down to the east, again taking it through Urbana and basically all the way through eastern parts of Champaign County. But it's definitely not as strong as what it was earlier. So that is still some good news, but it is still something that bears watching here as we track that storm moving east at 20 miles per hour. So further northwest, we have that tornado warning that's likely going to be allowed to expire. That storm really has basically fallen apart there in Logan County. So some good news with that. And looking at some of the more of the reports here, National Weather Service latest update, they're still looking at some good low-level rotation in Champaign County near Urbana, and that's why they are deciding to keep that tornado warning in effect here for Champaign County. So understandable. And if you live in Champaign County, if you're watching us here on 10 TV streaming, or if you're watching us on Facebook Live, we've been tracking this storm for a good while now as it was developing. Even before we had the tornado warning issued, we were watching these storms develop, and so far they have been fairly strong. They have had tornado warnings issued on them for about the last 30 to 45 minutes, getting closer to almost an hour now that we've been tracking these thunderstorms. And so far the good news is that we have not gotten any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. There was a report of at least a wall cloud that was sighted, and there was another report that there may have been some possible debris, but that is not confirmed yet. So we'll have to wait and see. That was actually back when it was in parts of Shelby, that was western Champaign County and near Shelby County. So gonna wait to see if we got any confirmation with that. But so far, just a lowering of the clouds that we've had there as it's been moving towards the east. So that's our main storm of concern, at least immediately, because we have a tornado warning on it. It is going to be tracking pretty much due east at 20 miles per hour. So let me get you a track on that storm here as we continue in time. So with the main part of that storm right about there, let's bring this out further to the east because it is moving a little bit south of due east, right about like there. So that's going to be taking it towards the Mechanicsburg area around 9:09. Unionville Center around 9:41. Into Plain City about 9:53. Dublin around 10:17. And closer to campus, the Ohio State University campus, around 10:24. Again, that's assuming it all holds together. If anything, the thing that's really going to be affecting most of us would be the heavy rainfall and some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. The overall threat for a tornado still remains low, but there's at least some indications on the velocity picture that there's something of concern. So, of course, that's what we have to watch there as it continues through central Champaign County, eventually moving further to the east. So, while we're watching that, I want to bring it back to the storm there in southern Morrow County, switching it back to the radar. And so far, I mean, definitely some heavy rainfall there on I-71. Kyle, if we're able to switch it back to that DOT camera, back at I-71 and State Route 61, I believe. Yeah, you can clearly see some heavy rain falling right now. So we can keep with us for a little bit watching that storm as it continues to evolve. So far, that rotation doesn't look like it is really there as it once was. Definitely some gusty winds. I can pretty much guarantee that. Winds of 30 miles per hour as that storm is crossing I-71 right now. But as we go back in time just a little bit ago, at one point it looked like there was something trying to develop, and so far really not seeing that clear picture anymore. So that the good news, of course, we didn't want to have to deal with another storm like that, but just know that if you are watching us in northeastern parts of basically around the kind of the Tri-County area, Delaware County, Knox County, Morrow County, we're watching that storm for you. So far, it's not severe, but it is a heavy rainfall producer, that's guaranteed. And that is really going to be our concern here as we continue on through the rest of tonight. If you're watching us here on 10 TV streaming and on Facebook, we've been tracking the storms here for really close to about the last, I'd say 45 minutes or so, getting closer to an hour now. And so far, the only thing that is severe is that tornado warning that is in Champaign County. So actually, if we're going to take a look at that DOT camera full right now, it looks like I know the cars are stopped right there, but you can clearly see that rain and wind blowing across the street there. So yeah, clearly getting some gusty winds, probably 30 miles per hour. There could be a few gusts up to 40. It's really not showing the strong signs that it's going to be producing any really wicked winds of anything over 50 or 60 miles per hour or greater than that. But definitely some gusty winds, 30, 40 miles per hour are going to be a possibility because you can clearly see the winds pushing that rain down the street as this storm is crossing over State Route 61. And there's a look at Interstate 71 right now. So we are actually looking towards the north at this time and actually switching it back towards the south and west. So yeah, pretty decent storm, a good heavy rainfall producer, and yeah, producing some gusty winds as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that as it continues to evolve here as we really track that storm moving east to northeast, about same speed, about 20 miles per hour as well. So that one is crossing Interstate 71. That one also showing a little bit of signs that it's weakening just a smidge. It really flared up. You could see there was a little bit of a little bit more activity there about 20 minutes ago, but now as it's crossing 71, we're getting some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds for sure. So we'll keep a close eye on that, but we can switch it back over to the radar picture here now. Looking at that storm again, it's crossing 71, basically right in this area is where that camera is located. So really the core of the storm, the heaviest part, actually went right over the camera. So that's why we saw probably the worst of it as you were watching that camera live, as the heaviest part of the storm, again, right around there, crossing 71. And notice even the last scan, there's a little bit of pink showing up there and then kind of faded away. So it's producing a lot of heavy rainfall, but that could be a sign that maybe it's weakened just a tad. And always some good news. We like to see when the storms weaken. Of course, we never want to have to deal with severe weather, especially after what we've all dealt with here the last 7 days. We've had extensive severe weather. We had, of course, the tornado that was confirmed in Columbus back from Tuesday's storms that swept through during the morning. We also had the straight line wind. We've also had the flooding affecting Perry County, affecting Athens County, Morgan County, Muskingum County. It's been a pretty active 7 days here across Ohio and even west in Indiana. So never want to have to deal with severe weather, especially since we've already had just so much activity here in the last week. But we are at least watching some potential for severe weather here tonight, and even the chance that we could have some more severe weather as we head into tomorrow. We have that tornado warning again in Champaign County, but as we zoom things out, going to switch this over, and this is a look at our severe weather outlook for the rest of tonight. So it does remain low. We're not tracking widespread severe weather, and really the main concern is going to be for some gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and that possibility of a funnel cloud or two. I really don't think that we're going to see tornadoes. We have that warning in effect, but funnel clouds are going to be more of the concern. And then the chance that one of them could briefly touch down, but these are not violent tornadoes. This is not like what we see out across parts of Kansas and Oklahoma, anywhere out in the Midwest and the Great Plains with those big time thunderstorms that can produce those large tornadoes. This is not that. That's not happening tonight. This is going to be a brief funnel cloud, maybe touching down for 10 or 20 seconds, and that's pretty much it. So it is still something we have to be concerned about. Of course, if any tornado touches down, it really just comes down to where it touches down. That's always the concern, and something we'll be watching here as we track those storms moving off towards the east. So that's the outlook for the rest of today. Tomorrow, the outlook does increase a little bit more. We have that level 2 for some of the same areas around Delaware to Mount Vernon, Coshocton, and south of here. And that's going to include Columbus. It also includes Lancaster, Logan, Chillicothe, Athens, MacArthur. A lot of areas that have already dealt with storms, a lot of areas that have already dealt with some torrential rainfall and flooding. That's still going to be a concern here for tomorrow. Main threat, gusty winds, possible for a funnel cloud or a tornado. But the highest risk is what it's been today, tonight, and tomorrow is rain leading to flash flooding. That is going to be the greatest threat for the rest of this weekend. But a couple instances of gusty winds and a possible funnel cloud or a tornado, that's also a threat here. So we're watching a few different things, of course, through the rest of tonight, and really waiting to see how these storms play out as we go through the next, really the next couple of hours. Eventually, we're going to be coming up on 11 p.m., coming up for our newscast later on tonight. We, of course, will have the latest updates on tomorrow's forecast with that threat for severe weather. But for at least the time being, we have that tornado warning that is still in effect for Champaign County. So we do want to focus on that again here as we continue to track those storms. But there are some other storms that are developing right now. We have some heavier showers on the southeast side of Columbus, right around Groveport and Pickerington. Also one about to get closer to Pataskala. Some light rain in Dublin, Powell. light to moderate rain around Marysville right now. And then just north of London there in northern Madison County, getting some light rain. And of course, our main storm that we're tracking as it continues to advance eastward at around 20 miles per hour. So that is our tornado warning. That is in effect until 9:30. And as we switch it back to the velocity picture here, just to get our latest update. And yeah, so far, I mean, that's still a concern right in here. So that is basically over Highway 36 now, just east of Urbana. It's not the strongest rotation that we've seen, but it is still some rotation, and that's why the Weather Service is opting to continue the tornado warning right now in Champaign County. And it looks like we have another ODOT camera if we want to take a look at that one here momentarily. So we are taking a live look. This is I-270 at US 33. So this is on the southeast side as we're getting some of that heavier rainfall moving through. You can clearly see it as the cars are driving through. The headlights are showing all that heavy rain as it is passing. Again, this is I-270 at around US 33. So this is right around the Groveport area. If we want to double box, yeah, there we go with the radar. You can clearly see what we're happening there. We got some heavier rain, nothing overly, torrential by any means, but at least some moderate to heavy rain passing over I-270 and US 33 right around the Groveport area. This is going to be continuing off towards the east. We got a little bit more around Bryce Road in the area around Bryce. This is going to be heading into Pickerington. Light to moderate rain, Pickerington, that's all I would really expect. Maybe some winds gusty, 20 miles per hour at best. Not really expecting much with this one cell as it's on the southeast side there. But yeah, we're at least going to get some moderate to heavy rainfall. So just be aware of that. Same thing that's happening over around Summit Station, Pataskala, that's heading towards you. Some light sprinkles around New Albany, and then some more activity as we continue back towards the west, of course, as we get closer to our main storm that we are tracking. And of course, still watching this cell as it's basically over towards Sparta now. This is going to be eventually getting closer to Mount Vernon. So just giving you a heads up there in Mount Vernon. So putting this back over the last few minutes or so. So it is pretty much moving off towards the east. This one might be moving a little bit more north of due east. So let's get a track on the front edge of this. So that's going to be putting it into areas around Lucerne around 913, Fredericktown around 927, Mount Liberty around 929, Mount Vernon around 944, and then eventually continuing off towards the east at about 20 miles per hour or so. It would eventually get it closer to the Howard area around 1009. Again, this storm is not severe. That's one of the good things about it. It is a heavy rainfall producer. It is producing some gusty winds closer to 30, maybe as high as 40 miles per hour. And at one point, it looked like it was trying to develop some rotation, but since then, not seeing that anymore. So that's some good news with that storm. But bringing it back over to the storm in Champaign County, also looks like that rotation is fading away a little bit more too. So that also really some good news. Just with the last few scans, we had a little bit more green showing up, and now not really seeing any. Yeah, so really not seeing any rotation here with that storm. We got a lot of that bright pink. So this is some gusty winds. I mean, we're talking about winds, likely 40 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher, up to 50 miles per hour here as that storm is moving east of Urbana. Just crossed US Highway 36, staying north of State Route 29. So heading off towards these, getting closer to the Mechanicsburg area. And this whole area that we're watching, again, because it has shown some signs of rotation, is what happens as it continues further to the east. And then once it crosses the border into Madison County, southern Union County, we have to wait to see if that rotation holds together. And even if it weakens just a little bit, we may see that tornado warning allowed to expire here in about the next 15 minutes or so. And then, it could be a situation where 30 minutes to an hour from now, as it continues to track eastward, that rotation starts to build back up. This is not a situation where we're going to have an area of rotation and track it for, several hours, but the storm itself can hold together. And then periodically, if it gets a little bit stronger, it starts to spin a little bit more. And that's something we'll have to watch for as we continue further off to the east. But at least for what we're seeing on radar and how this storm has been trending for the last 30 minutes or so, there has been a clear downward trend. So that's good. That's what we want to see. And not really seeing as strong of rotation right in here. Still some gusty winds, of course, where we have that bright pink showing up. And even with some of the red, and there you go. Yeah, really not even seeing any more rotation. The green is completely gone. So we need that red and green. If you've watched severe weather coverage, if you know what we talk about with the velocity, we would look for the two colors, the red and the green, right close to each other. That's a sign that green, and red, winds blowing in different directions, providing that circulation. Not seeing that anymore. There's a little bit of green, but really not as much as we had 30 minutes ago when that storm was crossing into Champaign County from the west. So clearly a sign the storm is on a weakening trend, and hopefully that's going to be the case and we don't have to worry about that. But while those storms weaken, the ones further to the east might start to get stronger. And so these ones we'll have to watch over the southeast metro, Pickerington, Pataskala. Going to have to watch to see how those develop. And of course, the one that's moving off towards the east, heading towards Mount Vernon. Got to see if that gets a little bit stronger, if it tries to tap into some of that rotation. And same thing for the one near Marion. That cell is a little bit stronger. And we have to really just look around just to see if we have any areas that there might be a little bit of rotation, but so far just not really seeing anything with that. So I think what's more than likely going to happen here, again, we'll have to wait to see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that storm in Champaign County. But just going back in time, we're going to bring it back just about an hour. So let me slow this down just a moment and take you back in time here over the course of the last hour. So this storm right here definitely looked a little bit stronger when it was in western Champaign County. There's a little bit more of that red showing up there. It even at one point looked like it kind of had a hook shape to it, a clear sign that there might be some rotation on the back side. And then since then, it's really been starting to kind of wane. We're not even seeing that deeper red, a little bit of red still, some heavy rainfall still moving through, but it does appear like this storm is on a downward trend, which is definitely some good news. So I think that we're going to see that tornado warning likely allowed to expire. And I'm going to go ahead and check with the National Weather Service while we're basically waiting on 9:30 just to see what they are going to decide to do. And looking at some other reports, this is from Shelby County of some tree damage, and there may have been damage to barn siding in Champaign County, basically near the Shelby Champaign County line, not too far away from the New Paris area. So let me take a look at some of the reports just to see if we have any of those that are up yet. And it doesn't look like those are into the system, so we'll have to wait and see what we get with that here as we continue on. But still, we're watching several different storms right now. Only one that we have any immediate concern of is the one that's in Champaign County. Other storms are going to be heavy rainfall producers and some gusty winds, 30, 40 miles per hour. I would say if you're getting a storm, that's what you can expect. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. For the majority of us, that's all we're really going to see. And a lot of us may not even see much activity here as we continue on through the rest of this evening and into tonight. But some of us will have to deal with some stronger thunderstorms like the folks in Champaign County. Some of us are going to have to deal with some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. And the big concern that we have right now is what we've already seen. We've had so much heavy rainfall in the last 7 days. I mean, some parts of Perry County, close to 10 inches of rainfall in really just Monday night and Tuesday. We had all that heavy rainfall just moving over the same areas. So it doesn't take that much more rain to lead to flash flooding concerns. And that's what we have to watch for through tonight and even tomorrow. We do have additional showers and storms in the forecast that could lead to some more potential for some severe weather, mainly central and southern Ohio. And really the better chance, I think, is going to be areas probably, kind of south of this line, south of near Bell Fountain. If you draw a line from Bell Fountain to Mount Vernon and southward, probably going to be the greater threat for any severe weather. And good news, it looks like that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So looking back at that, that is definitely what we wanted to see. Again, that downward trend has continued, so there are no more active warnings in effect. So we do like to see that, but as we zoom things out here, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap this up momentarily, and we'll be back on 10 TV streaming if we have any more warnings, of course, and we'll have other updates later on this evening and into tonight. But this is what we're tracking. Spin right there starting to move into Ohio. Showers and storms developing. Some of them are trying to become severe, and basically, as they're getting higher into the atmosphere, they're growing in size. They're tapping into that spin that we have in the atmosphere and trying to rotate. Maybe producing a funnel cloud, maybe trying to produce a tornado. That's not a high likelihood. We've only had 1-2 storms, really just the one storm in Champaign County, and all the other ones not really doing that much. But these are also going to be producing some heavy rainfall as we continue through the rest of this evening and into part of tonight. More showers and storms are also in the forecast looking ahead to tomorrow. So for the rest of tonight, severe chances going to remain on the lower side. We could see another chance the storm produces a brief funnel cloud, maybe some rotation. Chances are going to be fairly low. Looking ahead to tomorrow, though, severe weather threat does increase a bit for central and southern Ohio. It's going to be the same threats. We got gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and because that storm system that's building through, there's enough spin in the atmosphere that if those storms can get strong enough, they can tap into some of that spin and perhaps start to rotate. So we'll be watching that for the rest of this evening. We'll be watching it again for tomorrow. So you can always trust us here on 10 TV streaming and of course on 10 TV as we track the latest severe weather information. But if we get more warnings, we'll be back on here to streaming to let you know what's happening. But until then, you can join us for our 11 o'clock newscast later on tonight. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us here on 10 TV and on 10 TV streaming. We are breaking into programming because we do have a tornado warning that has now been issued for Franklin County, and this is going to include part of the city of Columbus. You're likely hearing these sirens going off now. This does include the city of Columbus proper and the South Metro. This is a tornado warning that is in effect until 11:15 here this evening. You are likely hearing the sirens going off right now across Franklin County. If you are in that tornado warning, if you are watching us right now in Franklin County, you should be going to your tornado safe place right now. We have been tracking severe weather through this evening. There was a tornado warning in effect for parts of Champaign County in western Ohio earlier this evening. As the storms have progressed off to the east, they started to weaken a little bit, but they are starting to intensify just a little bit more now. And that is why the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning, this going in effect until 11:15. So 30 minutes that we have on this tornado warning. So what is going on here? Well, let's go ahead and look at the velocity picture just to give you a better idea of where we are tracking some rotation. And right now, this is going to be focused over the South Metro here. This is basically just to the east of Grove City, basically crossing over Interstate 71 near Highway 23. So if you're thinking about on the South Metro there on 270 and basically 270 and US Highway 23, that is where we have at least some rotation showing up right in there. This is the area that we are concerned about. And this area of rotation is tracking off towards the east. So just to give you the latest update from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning, this storm is moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. That is going to be putting it into the Groveport area here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. Again, this is a tornado warning. So if you live in Columbus, if you live in central and southern Franklin County, you need to be in your tornado safe place here right now as we continue to track this storm. So just to talk about that, basement, lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. That's going to be your safest place here should a tornado develop. We have not gotten a confirmation that a tornado is on the ground. This is all radar indicated, but because of what we are seeing on radar and what we've been tracking in the past here for the last couple of hours this evening, we are watching storms as they develop back in Champaign County. They are getting strong enough that there's enough spin in the atmosphere that they're tapping into some of that here, and that's the case here tonight. Now, further off to the east, we're also getting some fairly strong winds where you see some of that pink showing up there, but it's the concern where we have the pink and the red, the pink basically indicating some higher wind speeds. And right next to that green area, this is a little bit of rotation. So again, this is crossing Interstate 270, basically along and north of Interstate 270. And US Highway 23 is where we are tracking that. And I do believe we have some DOT cameras, some Ohio Department of Transportation cameras in that area. So this is on the south side. This is I-270 at US 23. Torrential rainfall. Looks like the DOT is moving the camera around just to see if they can, basically looking around to see if they can find anything, if they're able to see anything. It's going to be hard to see, of course, because we're getting so much rain and there's only a little bit of lightning to illuminate this. These storms are not producing a lot of bright, vivid lightning that we saw in the past with some of the storms earlier this week. Of course, we've already had such an active week with all the severe weather back, of course, Monday into Tuesday morning. And unfortunately, this weekend, we are tracking more severe thunderstorms that are making their way through the area here tonight. So time right now, it is 10:49 here on our Saturday night. If you're just joining us here on 10 TV and on 10 TV streaming, we are tracking a tornado warning that is in effect until 11:15 for central and southern Franklin County. You're likely hearing the sirens going off. You likely got the alert on your phone. Of course, that probably alerted a lot of people as that phone was going off with the tornado warning that is in effect for a good portion of the city of Columbus. This also is in effect for Whitehall, Bexley, Reynoldsburg, Bryce, Groveport, down towards the Lockburn area. So really including Interstate 71, also including parts of Interstate 70, I-270, the Southeast Metro, included in this tornado warning for about another 25 minutes. And what we are going to be watching here as we continue on through time is basically to see if that rotation gets any stronger or if it does start to weaken just a little bit. But for as it stands right now, basically just looking at the picture here, we are still seeing at least an indication that there is some rotation showing up there along Interstate 270 and US Highway 23. So that is the circulation, and this is the circulation that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue the tornado warning, moving slightly to the east-southeast here at about 25 miles per hour. So just to give you the latest track, and there's a new update of the radar scan, still holding its own, still showing signs of some rotation here, again on the southeast side there, right around the Obitz area. So let me go ahead and give you just an idea of what we're looking at here. So let me go ahead and put the rotation back on. So it's right in there. This is getting past US Highway 23 now. There we have some of that rotation, and as it tracks off to the east-southeast, again, that's going to be putting into the Groveport area, perhaps even Canal Winchester. Groveport, pretty much in the next few minutes. It's literally on your doorstep right now. So if you live in Groveport, if you live in southeast Columbus within the 270 loop, you should be in your tornado safe place here right now. This is, again, not a confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but based on what we're seeing here on radar, what we can see on the velocity picture, if you've watched this before, if you've watched severe weather coverage in the past, you know that when you see the red and the green really close together, that's a concern. This doesn't necessarily indicate that there is a tornado on the ground. One thing to keep in mind with this, and we do talk about this a lot when there is severe weather, when there is, storms to track and everything, the radar that we're looking at here, that radar site is in Wilmington. So about 60, 65 miles as the crow flies. So basically we're looking up a little bit higher into the thunderstorm. This could be about 2,000, 3,000 feet up. So there's rotation in the storm, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's reaching all the way to the ground. But however, because there is that concern that there is rotation, that is why we have a tornado warning in effect for the city of Columbus, the southeast metro. This is really going to be affecting areas around Groveport, Obitz, and off towards the east, eventually moving past the 270 loop. So if you live in downtown Columbus, if you live in the Grandview Heights area, if you live in areas basically west of here, you are in the clear. You're getting some very heavy rainfall, likely hearing some thunder out there, some gusty winds, but the main concern for any potential for a tornado is going to be focused again over the southeast metro here right now. So again, this is going to be making its way towards Groveport, towards Canal Winchester, and should it hold together, getting closer to the Pickerington area as well. So that's a look at the velocity picture here, just kind of switching back and forth between a couple different views of the velocity just to get an idea of what's exactly happening. Now, as we look at some more DOT cameras there, this is looking at I-270 near US 33. So again, you can still see a torrential rainfall. I mean, that's been our biggest concern here for the last week. Really tonight has been our greatest concern for heavy rainfall that could lead to some localized flash flooding. But now more immediately is that threat for a tornado warning that is including parts of the city of Columbus. And as we zoom things out here, we're also going to be noting some other areas off towards the east and southwestern parts of Licking County. No tornado warning on any of that right now, but it is something that we'll have to watch for as the storm continues to move off towards the east. So here's another look at that tornado warning. This again is in effect until 11:15 here. It does not include downtown Columbus. So again, if you heard the sirens going off, if you're in downtown, getting some heavy rainfall. If you're in Upper Arlington, the rain's starting to clear out, and also stretching down Interstate 71, of course, where we've had some of the damage from Tuesday's storm around Burnliner Park. Still getting some very heavy rainfall, but the tornado warning is now focused more here in southeastern Franklin County. That does include the southeast metro here along 270 is included in that, especially the city of Groveport. If you're watching us right now in Groveport, you should be in your tornado safe place right now, just out of precaution. Again, there's no, not like, hopefully it doesn't happen, of course, a tornado being on the ground, but just out of precaution, go to your safe place. Just wait the storm out. It'll pass here in about the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then things are going to be starting to quiet down here later on tonight. Could still see some more showers and maybe a few rumbles of thunder, but the main concern for any severe weather is really with this storm right now that is moving through southeastern Franklin County. Again, this is affecting the Interstate 270 loop, at least on the southeast side. Also US Highway 33. So right around Groveport and Canal Winchester, Bryce and Reynoldsburg, you are all in that tornado warning that is in effect here until 11:15. So we got about another 20 minutes on this warning. We are watching some of the DOT cameras, looking for basically just to see if anything happens, if we have any sort of circulation that we could see maybe crossing the interstate. We have seen some gusty winds. Of course, you can clearly see torrential rainfall coming down there right now on the southeast side. But because of what we are seeing currently on the velocity picture, there is at least an indication that we do still have some rotation and may have at least some sort of circulation trying to develop. So that's what we are watching here right now. So again, if you're just joining us here on 10 TV and on 10 TV streaming, we are tracking a tornado warning for southeastern Franklin County. This is moving off towards the east at 25 miles per hour, and that is basically putting that rotation in the city of Groveport right now. So again, you should be in your tornado safe place as we continue to track this building off towards the east at 25 miles per hour. So just to give you an idea of the track as we move this in time, again, that's moving into Groveport right now, eventually going to take it closer to Pickerington and even near Canal Winchester. So Groveport right now, getting closer to Canal Winchester. I know the time did not pop up there, but Canal Winchester by about 11:10, and then closer to Pickerington by about 11:19. So that's assuming the rotation does hold together. As we've already seen here tonight, we've saw the storms in parts of Champaign County. They briefly had some rotation, and then that started to fade away. So what is happening with these storms that we're tracking here tonight? There's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. We're watching this system that's built up to our north in north central Ohio, and it's the reason why we're getting these storms developing. And as the storms get higher and higher into the atmosphere, they're starting to tap into some of that spin that we have and trying to rotate themselves. Whether or not they produce a tornado, again, that's to be determined. But because of what we're seeing on radar, what we see with the velocity picture, there is enough concern that the National Weather Service has opted to issue a tornado warning here again for southeastern parts of Franklin County, right over the city of Groveport. You're getting some very heavy rainfall now moving in, a few rumbles of thunder. This might be an odd one that you're not hearing a lot of thunder. There really isn't a lot of lightning and thunder. There's just a lot of heavy rainfall and just enough wind that the storms are tapping into that and trying to rotate themselves just a little bit here this evening. So this is the only tornado warning that we have in effect for anywhere in central and southern Ohio. It is in effect for the southeast metro. It is now starting to push past the 270 loop. So again, if you live in Grove City, if you live in downtown Columbus, if you live in Bexley, even if you live in Reynoldsburg, I know you are under that tornado warning, you are in the clear. The main circulation is centered right over the city of Groveport. And I'm going to go back and switch this to the velocity picture here one more time just to get another idea of what we are looking at with this storm. And there is definitely still some rotation that we are looking at here, again, on the southeast side, really close to the city of Groveport. Again, This is all radar indicated rotation. We have not gotten any confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground. I'm checking some of the latest updates from the National Weather Service, and basically they detected that circulation as it was crossing Interstate 71 and US Highway 23 on the south side, just as it passed to the east of Grove City, and that rotation started to get a little bit stronger, and they opted to issue that tornado warning. And so far, over the last 5 to 10 minutes, that rotation has been holding its own, and that's why we want to continue to stay with us here until the warning is allowed to expire at 11:15, and we'll have to wait and see if that is allowed to expire or if they decide to continue the tornado warning and extend it further to the south and east. So just giving everyone a heads up here that is watching us here with this tornado warning. If you live off to the south and east, so if you live in Canal Winchester, you should be in your tornado safe place right now. Again, out of precaution, should something develop here shortly. Same thing for Pickerington, and even off towards the south and east, getting closer to, just maybe north of the city of Lancaster. But if you live in parts of Fairfield County, at least the northern part of Fairfield County, I would just be on guard. Just giving you a heads up that this storm will eventually be moving into northern parts of Fairfield County. But again, whether or not the rotation holds together, that is to be determined here. And we're going to get a new scan of the radar every few minutes to give us a better idea of how the storm is evolving. But as you can see with our DOT camera there, this is at 270 and US 33 on the southeast side, getting some more flashes of lightning. So that is one sign that the storm maybe is intensifying a little bit. Earlier this evening, there was hardly any lightning on the radar, but now we're starting to see a few more flashes. So the storm's maybe trying to at least develop a bit more and intensify. And that might mean they're going to be producing a lot more rainfall, but whether or not they produce a tornado or at least start to show some signs of some stronger rotation, of course, that still remains to be determined. But if you are watching us right now here as we are tracking that, it is now looking like the area of rotation, at least the strongest rotation, still centered right around Groveport, just right in there is what we're talking about. So again, this is going to be over Groveport right now. You should be in a safe place, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, basically put as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from windows, basically a closet, a bathroom that doesn't have any windows. That's just going to be your safest place should a tornado develop. And again, hopefully we don't have a tornado developing, but go there, wait it out. If you have to, turn the TV volume up so you can still hear it without being in the room, and just wait it out until that storm passes. This is moving at about 25 miles per hour, so it's not sitting and it's not just going to stay over the same location for a while. It is moving, and eventually it's going to be moving away from Groveport and still going to get some heavy rainfall for about at least the next 20, 30 minutes or so. But that area of rotation is going to continue off towards the east and is heading towards Canal Winchester and Pickerington. So if you live in either of these cities, again, you should be in your tornado safe place here right now, as well as that main circulation is passing over State Route 317, Highway 33, and it has now just moved to the east of 270. So just to talk about this and sort of give an all clear for anyone that had the sirens go off in their area, also likely got the emergency alert on their phone. If you live in anywhere within the 270 loop, so downtown Columbus proper, if you live at Bexley, if you live in Upper Arlington, Lincoln Village, if you live just north of Grove City, even Grove City, of course, you are all clear. This rotation has moved off toward your east and is solely focused now in southeastern Franklin County. While that is happening, we're also watching another little area that no tornado warning on this right now, but it is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor here just along Interstate 70 there, southeast of Pataskala, just to see if that starts to get a little bit stronger. But right now that is weak, and it's just something that we're going to have to monitor. But the strongest rotation that we can clearly see here on the velocity picture is there on the southeast side. And we are getting a new update here. So it looks like they are going to continue with this tornado warning further off to the south and east. So let me go ahead and zoom this out here with this latest update. So this is going to include, again, the same areas that I was talking about with that early heads up. This is now including northern parts of Fairfield County. So this is southeastern Franklin County. This is moving into northern parts of Fairfield County. This is going to be still affecting Canal Winchester and Pickerington here with this tornado warning until 11:30. So that's 25 more minutes that we are tracking this latest tornado warning. So you saw that new red box pop up there. This is again moving away from the city of Columbus. So eventually everyone in Franklin County, once this clears out and moves into Fairfield County, you will have the all clear. But for now, if you are in Groveport, still hunker down. If you are in Canal Winchester, Pickerington, you should be in your tornado safe place as well. Basement, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, lowest level, closet, bathroom, anything that doesn't have windows, that's just going to give you your best protection. This is not something that you want to go to the window and try to look for. You're not going to be able to see anything. You know, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's dark outside. There's hardly any lightning. Just go to a safe place and wait for the storm to pass, and then you can go about the rest of your night after the storm does move through. But as we talk about this newest warning, tornado warning from the National Weather Service issued at 11:04. This is for southeastern Franklin County, in central Ohio, northwestern Fairfield County. They basically were detecting the same thing that we were looking at there with the velocity picture, is an area of rotation over Canal Winchester and Groveport, moving off to the east at 20 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated rotation still. We have not gotten a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. And hopefully we don't. We don't want to have to deal with anything like that, of course. But this is what we have here on the velocity picture. And we're taking a look at some other DOT cameras. This is US 33 at Gender Road, getting a few flashes of lightning, also getting a lot of heavy rainfall. It's going to be hard to see things, of course, since it's past well after sunset. It's 11:06 here on our Saturday evening. And what we're looking at the velocity picture is that area of rotation here right now. Still centered near Groveport, getting closer to Canal Winchester. If you live in Canal Winchester, if you live along US Highway 33 near the border of Franklin and Fairfield County, you should be in a tornado safe place here right now and just basically just waiting out the storm until it clears out. Now, one thing that I am noticing as we are tracking this is the rotation. It is still there. There is still clearly some green and red right next to each other, basically. And that's what we look for some signs of rotation within the thunderstorm itself. And just to kind of talk about that is basically what we're looking for here is where we have, green, the winds are blowing one way, red, winds are blowing a different direction. So there's that change in wind direction, a circulation, if you will, that there could be some rotation up in the thunderstorm. We might be looking couple thousand feet up, so there could be at least a lowering of the clouds and possibly a funnel cloud trying to develop. But right now we haven't gotten any confirmation, and it's going to be hard to. Of course, it's nighttime. It's hard to see anything aside from the lightning flashing and maybe lighting something up there. But because of what we see here on radar and what we've seen in the past, anytime we have something like this, is there's clearly a weak circulation within the thunderstorm itself, and it's been enough to at least prompt the National Weather Service to issue this tornado warning that is now extended from southeastern Franklin County here into northern Fairfield County. So it does again include Canal Winchester. It also includes Pickerington, basically US Highway 33 there in northern Fairfield County. Also State Route 256 included in that, and that's going to eventually take it through northern Fairfield County here once it crosses over the border. Now I'm switching it back to the reflectivity. So this is basically looking at how heavy the rain is, the live radar. And again, you can see the red, that is the tornado warning box. So this does include Pickerington, Canal Winchester, Baltimore. It does not include you. But just a heads up, I'd be watching this very closely because this storm is going to be moving to the east at 25 miles per hour, and that's eventually going to be moving into your area. Whether or not the rotation holds together, again, that remains to be determined. We get a new scan of the radar about every 5 minutes, and that gives us a better idea of how the storm is developing. Is the rotation weakening? Is it getting stronger? We will see that each 5-minute update of the radar. That gives us a better idea of what might actually be happening on the ground. And so far, good news is at least we have not gotten any confirmation that there is a tornado, at least that hasn't developed with this storm. But at least on the radar, there is some rotation developing. So let me draw a track out here for a little bit, about 45 minutes out ahead of the storm. So that's going to be putting it into the Millersport area around 11:31, so about 20 minutes from now. Getting closer to Thornville about 11:48, Pleasantville around 11:52. Now this is the main storm itself. The entire storm is not producing a tornado. It is a very localized area where we have some of that rotation. So let me take us back to the velocity picture, just to give you a little bit more perspective on here. And it is starting to get a little bit messy, and this sometimes is a good sign. It could mean that the storm is starting to basically gust out a little bit, if you will. So instead of having a clear circulation, there might be some more wind that's trying to push out of the thunderstorm. And instead of having so much rotation with it, it might be trying to maybe produce some more gusty winds. But in any case, we are still at least showing some signs that there is some circulation here. Again, crossing the border from Franklin County into northwestern parts of Fairfield County. So Canal Winchester basically right over you with that circulation. And notice how if you go further to the north, it does start to look really messy. We don't have that clear green and red, kind of smack dab right next to each other. When we see that, there's clearly some circulation. Kind of seeing that a little bit here, but because the green is not, basically the colors are not really bright, so it's not very strong rotation. It's weakened from what it was just about 10-15 minutes ago. So that's a good sign. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see this strengthen and become something worse, of course, but because it has still showing some signs of rotation within it, we still have that tornado warning in effect until 11:30. So we're going to continue to follow this as it continues to track off towards the east here into Fairfield County. So once it crosses over, soon enough, Franklin County, we are going to have the all clear, but Fairfield County, you still have that tornado warning in effect until 11:30 with this thunderstorm. So as we zoom things out here, just to give you a little bit more perspective, this is going to stay north of the city of Lancaster. If you are watching us in Lancaster, you are all clear. You don't have to worry about the storm. We are going to be watching some of the storms back towards the west around London. That one is also strong. It's producing some very heavy rainfall. And as we take a look at that, I just want to look at to see the velocity picture here just to see if we have any sort of circulation. And we'll have to watch this because this storm is also still developing, but we'll have to watch that area south of London to see if we have some rotation developing in Madison County as well. But for now, at least the biggest concern that we've had is for this storm that has moved through southern Franklin County over the last 30 minutes or so when we initially had that first tornado warning issued. And just going to take us back in time here as we go back to look at how the velocity, how that rotation has changed. So while it was passing through the South Metro, it was a little bit stronger right around there. So this is as it was crossing. This was when we first got on, when the tornado warning was issued. Notice we had a lot more that brighter green right next to the brighter red. Clearly a sign that there was some rotation. The different colors, meaning different winds blowing in different directions. But since then, we haven't, basically haven't seen that strong rotation anymore. So it's a good sign. That's what we want to see, of course, as we put this into motion here. Looking at how that has evolved, the rotation is starting to weaken as it is now crossing into Fairfield County. But as we zoom in just to look at this a little bit more, there is still at least something. There's still green and red showing up right next to each other there, right over Canal Winchester. So for the time being, as long as we have that tornado warning in effect. If you are in Fairfield, northern Fairfield County, just stay in your safe place. Basically just wait out the storm. It'll pass, and then we can rest easy here for the rest of tonight once the tornado warning is allowed to expire. And we may actually see that tornado warning allowed to expire early should the National Weather Service look at this and decide that that rotation has really weakened from what it was a little bit ago. They may opt to allow that warning to expire a little bit early, and hopefully that'll be the case. But in any case, if you are watching us here right now on 10 TV and on 10 TV streaming, we are breaking into programming here just to give you an update on the tornado warning that has been moving through Franklin County, now on the border of Fairfield County. They're centered right over Canal Winchester, US Highway 33. And this is still clearly a sign that there is some circulation that is making its way off towards the east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So it may have slowed down just a little bit here. And I'm going to go ahead and put us a track on just that area of rotation, as again, it is moving off towards the east and maybe just a little bit slightly south of east. So that would be eventually taking it over towards the Pleasantville area. Again, should this hold together by around 11:57. Now you're also taking a look on your screen at some DOT cameras. This is US 33 at Gender Road. Once in a while we are getting some flashes of lightning, of course. These are a little bit stronger thunderstorms that have developed. We at one point weren't really seeing much lightning or hearing any thunder, and that has changed in about the last half hour. Starting to see a lot more flashes of lightning, and at one point, as that storm was right over the city of Columbus, it was producing some torrential rainfall, and then eventually that storm quickly started to strengthen, producing all that rain, and it just got enough rotation that we were concerned that there could be a tornado developing, which is why the National Weather Service initially issued that first tornado warning for central and southeastern parts of Franklin County. That has been allowed to expire, and now the main tornado warning is in effect for Fairfield County. It does still include at least the southeastern part of Franklin County, basically along the border where Canal Winchester is at. But now that the storm is moving away, we are pretty much to the point where we can give the all clear, especially for areas such as Groveport. If you're watching us right now, you're still getting some heavy rainfall into the city, but Groveport, even up to Bryce, we're getting some heavy rainfall. The area of rotation, again, is down here, crossing now into Fairfield County. So any concern for a funnel cloud or tornado to develop is basically going to be centered right over here where we have that core of some of the heavier rainfall. Now, near and south of Canal Winchester, going to be crossing US Highway 33 and continuing its eastward track through Fairfield County. May actually end up staying south of Pickerington. In Pickerington, because you are in the tornado warning, I still advise just staying in a safe place just in case we have any other rotation trying to develop within the storm. Sometimes these storms can be a little bit messy. These are not the type of tornado warnings that we see out across the Great Plains where there's clearly a well-defined circulation and, producing those big tornadoes. We're not going to see anything like that. These are the situations where we have a lot of wind associated with them, and once in a while, the storms get high enough into the atmosphere that they start to tap into some of that spin and then try to rotate. And they do have some rotation with them, but is that rotation going to reach the ground? So far, we have not gotten a confirmation that there has been a tornado. And as we talk about that, I do want to go back and check to see with the National Weather Service if we have any more updates from them about really anything that we have for that area of rotation. But they did note just a couple of minutes ago that the circulation was weakening. So as we noted that too with the velocity, that circulation has been weakening over the course of the last half hour. That's a good sign, of course. That's what we want to see happen. And hopefully that means that we can allow this tornado warning to be expired here in about the next 10 minutes. That is when the warning is set to expire by the National Weather Service. So if we do see that allowed to expire, we're likely going to be hopping into our 11 o'clock broadcast here, and we will continue to give you the latest forecast, of course, along with the latest news headlines coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. But because we have a tornado warning still in effect, we are going to continue to follow this just because this is impacting some areas in Fairfield County. And I know even if you were watching us right now, a lot of us may not be impacted by the storms, but because some others in Fairfield County are going to be impacted, we do want to continue to follow this and give them the latest updates on any potential severe weather that is developing. So with that, this is the latest update here. It does look like they have completely removed Franklin County. They have completely removed Franklin County from the tornado warning. So this is solely focused in Fairfield County with this tornado warning that continues for about another 10 minutes. So again, a good thing. We're seeing that rotation trending downward. And if that continues to be the case and the rotation completely goes away, this will likely be the last of the tornado warnings, at least for the time being. But because these storms are continuing to advance, and the whole system that is responsible for basically producing the showers and storms, that system has some spin, a low pressure system. It's spinning, and the storms are growing high enough that they're tapping into that. So while the rotation is weakening, an hour from now, rotation can start to flare back up once this storm is an hour further down to the east. Now, that's not a guarantee. That's just basically analyzing the situation and just giving you a perspective on how these storms are developing and how they could continue to evolve as we continue on through tonight. So while that is happening, I do want to take a look at, basically just want to zoom things out here to look at the rest of the area, because that's not the only storm that we have. We are also still tracking some showers and storms across central Ohio. We got some rain now into parts of Licking County, likely going to hear some rumbles of thunder. We're also getting that storm again back into Madison County, and going to have to watch that to see how that storm also taps into the environment. They're all producing some heavy rainfall. You can clearly see all that yellow, orange, and red showing up there, stretching back towards Madison County. That is going to be probably our greatest concern that we have here through tonight. Again, our concern right now is the tornado warning. Once that expires and we don't have any more tornado warnings here tonight, our focus is really going to be on heavy rainfall, especially this heavy rainfall because it is moving off to the east. And we all know parts of Perry County, Athens County, a lot of these areas, even southern Muskingum County, we've had a lot of rain. This rain's not going to be able to go anywhere. It can't soak into the ground. It's going to run off. So we have to also watch for any potential flash flooding threat here as we continue on through tonight. But in any case, at least for the next 7 minutes, that tornado warning is going to remain in effect. We'll eventually see that red box disappear once that tornado warning is allowed to expire. And hopefully this will be the end of it. And of course, then we can all rest easy for tonight, and then things will be a little bit quieter here once all the showers and storms clear out, aside from that threat for some more heavy rainfall. Now, I will mention that we do have the threat for some more showers and storms in the forecast tomorrow. There is also that potential for some strong to severe thunderstorms across central and southern Ohio. And I'll show that here momentarily because we do have another level 2 risk area that is in place here for your Sunday. Just taking a look at that here quickly. This is a look at the outlook for tomorrow. So we could see a few more strong to severe thunderstorms that try to develop across the area as we get into your Sunday afternoon. But for the time being, again, this is a tornado warning that is still in effect for Fairfield County, including areas around Pickerington and just east of Canal Winchester now. Let me go ahead and switch this back over to the velocity here. And clearly, at least showing some signs that the velocity has weakened considerably from what we had earlier, just about 30 to 35 minutes ago. So basically what we're going to do, we're going to continue to follow the storm and just wait to see if the National Weather Service decides to expire the tornado warning. And then we're going to continue to track the storm and basically kind of follow how everything is progressing. But I do believe that we also have Carla Rogner. She's here in studio, and she also has some updates on power outages in and around the metro. Carla.
Yeah, Aaron, we just want to check in real quickly with the AEP outage map. We are starting to see some outages reported in the area where you were tracking some of that rotation. The biggest outage right now is in the Whitehall area. We're tracking this here, and it looks like there's about 2,000 customers or so without power right now. This came in around 10:50 tonight, so just around that same time that storm started to pass through the area here. We're also seeing a few other outages happening in southeast Columbus. There are a few dozen customers over in the German Village and south side of Columbus here. There are 19 customers without power over in that area. There were a few more just a few seconds ago when I checked in, so it does look like things are getting a little bit better, but this is near the area that was hit hard by that EF1 tornado earlier this week. We know it's been a difficult week in Columbus. A lot of people have just gotten power back in the last 48 hours or so, so this is a concern seeing this tonight. Here in southeast Columbus, there are about 100, see, it looks like it is improving. There's 81 customers without power reported in this area here near Winchester Pike in Refugee Road. You can see most of the outages are still over here on the southeast side and in Whitehall in this area here. Now, Aaron has been tracking the rotation moving this way. We are seeing a few more outages pop up here near Reynoldsburg, but it looks like, again, these are pretty sporadic, which is good. Right now, we are just seeing about 5 customers here, and then the blue circles just indicate a few customers, fewer than 5 here happening throughout. So we will continue to track these outages as we continue to track the path of this storm. Aaron, I'm going to send things back to you.
All right. Thank you, Carla, for that update on the power outages impacting parts of the city. So again, we're going to be watching how things are developing here for the rest of this evening. We still have a tornado warning in effect for about another 3 minutes for parts of Fairfield County. Behind me, you're looking at that area of rotation. It has weakened a bit from what it was about 30 to 45 minutes ago, and we are getting a new update here. And this looks like it is a flash flood warning that has been issued. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar full. Again, watching the circulation, it has weakened. It is right now affecting areas in Fairfield County, just to the southeast of Lithopolis. It's also heading towards the Rock Mill area. This is going to be crossing US 33. And I want to zoom things out here just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. This is a very heavy rainmaker, and I want to bring up that newest flash flood warning here momentarily. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. And I believe that's going to be affecting, areas just to the north. So this flash flood warning, this is in effect for parts of eastern Franklin County. This is also in effect for southwestern Licking County. This is until 2:30 in the morning. And basically the National Weather Service has noted some rain gauges indicating very heavy rainfall. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain has fallen, and flash flooding may be ongoing already or could be happening in a very short amount of time for some of these areas. This includes Reynoldsburg, Pataskala, and again, southwestern Licking County and far east central Franklin County with a flash flood warning. This is not a tornado warning. This is a flash flood warning for very heavy rain that has fallen. Now, the good news is some of that rain is starting to clear out of Reynoldsburg. It is still raining very heavily in and around Pataskala, over towards Buckeye Lake, down to Baltimore, Canal Winchester, Pickerington, getting some very heavy rainfall, and really all of northern Fairfield County really seeing some of this heavy rainfall that's building in right now. And even back to the west, again, we haven't really talked too much about this storm because it hasn't really been doing a lot of activity, but it just moved through London with some very heavy rain. This is also impacting areas to the east side of Madison County around Madison Lake State Park. It's also affecting areas near and south of West Jefferson around Harrisburg. Most of this is going to be staying to the south of Grove City, but some of it will start to build in, at least the northern part of that storm. So Grove City, you'll likely get some more heavy rain moving in here and really moving over to some of the same locations. And that's always one of our concerns here when we see showers and storms that are building up and moving over the same areas. Again, we had a lot of heavy rainfall already with this storm and the storm in Licking County. As long as this storm continues to move over this way, should this continue to build to the east, it's also going to lead to more heavy rainfall. So it doesn't take a lot for us to get flash flooding. We've already had a lot of rain. Of course, we all know how it's been such an active week with the severe weather, the flooding across parts of Ohio, flooding in Indiana. It's been a busy week, and unfortunately that continues here tonight with that tornado warning that is set to expire here in the next minute, and we'll likely see that red box there in Fairfield County pop off just because the warning, the rotation has weakened. We're going to wait to see the latest update from the National Weather Service. Should they determine that there is still some rotation, they may reissue that warning further off to the east. But you can see there that box has disappeared, and that means that tornado warning is no longer in effect for Fairfield County. Again, no tornado warning anymore for Franklin County. Franklin County, we have the all clear. We are still going to be tracking this storm building into the east, and this is still going to be producing some heavy rainfall as it continues to build into the central and south metro. So really around Columbus, Lincoln Village, Grove City, especially over towards Groveport, you're likely going to get some more heavy rainfall. But for areas, I know the banner's covering it up, but around Dublin, over towards New Albany, a lot of this is going to stay just off to your south, but it is still something we are going to be tracking here as we continue on through the next couple of hours. Should we have any more flash flood warnings issued, and hopefully no more tornado warnings issued, but at least for how things have been playing out here this evening, these are a lot of storms that, you know, there's a lot of dynamics going on. There's a lot of things happening in the atmosphere that the storms can really play into, and we just kind of have to see how they evolve over time and continue to progress as they build off to the east. And again, unfortunately, moving into areas, Perry County, southern Muskingum County, parts of Morgan County, also Athens County, where we can't deal with a lot more rain. So we have to watch that as well for any potential flash flooding concerns as we continue on through tonight. So we're going to have more updates on the storms and as they develop, should we have any more tornado warnings issued, and of course any flash flood warnings issued here as we go through the rest of the night. But right now, I'm going to send it over to Carlo with some more updates.
Thank you, Aaron. He's been tracking that tornado warning since around 10:45 tonight. We've been hearing the rain pour down on the station roof, hearing lots of thunder. 10 TV's Catherine Simon joins us now from the roads now that that warning has expired. Catherine, I believe you're on 71 South. What are you seeing out there?
Hey Carla, yeah, a lot of that downpour rain we're not experiencing that right now. I'll give you a look at what we're seeing out on the roads. A little bit of a sprinkle coming down. You may not be able to see very much, but the roads do look wet, but we're not seeing very much puddling. We've been on 315 and 71, mostly in the Columbus area, and we haven't ran into many issues there. Not a lot of traffic out on the road tonight. Most people seem to be staying safe and staying inside, but we will keep tracking these roads tonight. For now, back to you.
All right, thanks, Catherine. Stay safe out there. And remember, you can watch these storms and check the weather in your neighborhood 24/7 with our live radar on our 10 TV streaming app. Our team tracks severe weather whenever it's in the area. Just download our 10 TV apps on your phone and TV and watch for free. Now, an update to that breaking news 10 TV was the first to bring you tonight. One person is dead after a shooting at Sharon Woods Metro Park this afternoon. Genoa Township police say at least one officer fired shots. Just hours ago, we learned this started with a sexual assault call in Genoa Township and ended with a shooting in the park. 10 TV's Catherine Simon was the first reporter at the scene. She walks us through what happened.
You could see tons of rangers posted every place that you would potentially leave the park.
Joan Stephen was at the park when the situation unfolded.
I literally was just coming off the 4-mile loop, and there was a ranger, and he approached me and he said, "Are you trying to leave?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he said, "We're not letting anyone leave the park right now, and we're not sure
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on 10 TV streaming as we are tracking some more flash flooding and very heavy rainfall that's developing here for tonight. If you've been watching us here for the last several hours, we have been tracking some fairly active weather. We had some tornado warnings that were in effect. Of course, the tornado warning we were tracking around the 11 o'clock hour in Franklin County and into parts of Fairfield County. That has been allowed to expire. We were tracking another tornado warning back into parts of Champaign County. The storms have weakened. They're not producing any rotation. There's no signs of tornadoes, but we are tracking very heavy rainfall, and that's going to be a concern here for the rest of tonight as we are looking at the threat for some flash flooding and already some flash flood warnings that have been issued. So here's a look at the live radar picture showing just all these showers and storms that have developed across the area. These have been rolling through for the last few hours. I'm going to put this in motion over the last 3 hours, and you can see we have the storms that were moving through Franklin County and then eventually producing some more heavy rainfall as they continue to track off towards the east. And what is going to be concerning here tonight is areas especially eastward into parts of Perry County where we have a lot of that rain really setting up, especially basically right in here that we're looking at the threat for some heavy rainfall, especially considering that we're starting to see some more development back to the west. And all this is advancing to the east. And that's going to be the concern here as this rain right now it's very heavy rainfall into western and southern parts of Muskingum County, into northern parts of Perry County, back into Fairfield County, southern Franklin County, into the city of Columbus. And notice how we're starting to get some more development back into Madison County and even back further to the west. And that's what we're watching. There's no guarantee that we're going to really see this fill in, but if it does, this is all moving pretty much due east. So it's going to be moving over the same locations, and that gives us a big concern here for these areas that have flash flood warnings already in effect, and especially for these areas where, of course, if you remember back to Monday night, and of course many of the communities, New Lexington, Crooksville, Roseville, also dealing with all that flooding in Perry County, all the way down into Athens County. We're getting some more thunderstorms developing down there. Right now, as it stands, we do not have any active tornado warnings. We do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings. These right now are just very heavy rain makers, and that is still a big concern here tonight because we do have some flash flood warnings that have been issued by the National Weather Service. And as we take a look at that, zooming into this area a little bit more, you can see that we are still tracking some very heavy rainfall through New Lexington, back into Lancaster, back over to Pickerington, Groveport, into the city of Columbus, stretching all the way to the north and west. And some of this has really just popped up in about the last 20, 30 minutes or so. You can see that development there as we go forward in time right over in northern Madison County there, north of London. If that continues to fill in, that's what's going to be our concern here tonight, is for more heavy rainfall moving over the course of the city and leading to flash flooding concerns. We've already gotten some reports of some flooding happening in the German Village area in Franklinton as well. Really the central and southern part of the Columbus Metro, there has been some reports of some flooding that has been ongoing for at least the last hour and a half or so, since about 11 p.m. when that initial storm that had the tornado warning on it was moving through the city. So while we're looking at that rain, and this is a look at the estimated rainfall over the last 24 hours, and really this is all since basically the last 3 hours. And note the purple, that's indicating rainfall of at least 1.5 inches, if not upwards of 2 inches in some parts of southern Licking County. Getting into the city of Columbus, we have radar estimates of 2.5, almost 3 inches in some places. I mean, these are some very heavy rainfall amounts. And keep in mind, we've already had a lot of rain this past week. I mean, we are talking about rainfall amounts in Franklin County anywhere from 3 to 5 inches from the past 7 days. So we're already getting another 2 to 3 inches here tonight for at least the central and southern part of the county. Northern part around Dublin, New Albany, not as much rain, but there is still at least been some rain here with those showers and storms rolling through. But again, the concern now is as those storms continue to advance to the east, as we're starting to get into parts of Perry County, we're already seeing some areas where radar estimates are getting up closer to an inch, and maybe a couple of spots where we're getting closer to 2 inches near the border of Fairfield County, and also getting into the border of Fairfield and Perry County here right now. So while we're looking at that here, I want to also switch it over to looking at our flash flood warnings that we have in effect. So these are the only ones that we have, and this is only right now, so we may see more flash flood warnings issued shortly because we're still seeing some very heavy rainfall. But we have flash flood warning for eastern, east central Franklin County into southwestern Licking County. We also have a flash flood warning that's in effect for central and southern parts of Muskingum County. This includes the city of Zanesville, as there is that threat for more heavy rainfall still moving over the course of central and southern Muskingum County, that we could at least see more flash flooding developing. So getting the latest update from the Weather Service on that flash flood warning, that is in effect until 3:15. Doppler radar indicated up to a ½ inch of rain have already fallen, and expected rainfall of 1 to 3 inches in an hour is definitely possible here. So that is our concern, because the ground is already waterlogged. We can't take much more rain. Another inch of rain in any of these areas will quickly lead to flash flooding, and that's going to continue to be a concern here as we go through tonight. So 2 different flash flood warnings in effect. The one for Licking County and east central Franklin County, that goes until 2:30 in the morning. Again, the one in Muskingum County, that is in effect until 3:15. So those are the only 2 active warnings that we currently have. And we've already seen some very heavy rainfall. And unfortunately, as we switch it back to the live radar picture here, we're still getting some very heavy rainfall moving into Muskingum County right now. And yeah, it is, at least some of it is starting to fill back towards the north and west. So that is going to be a trend that we're going to have to watch. It's not developing quickly, which is a good thing. Now, this whole complex is moving off towards the east. So all this heavy rainfall is going to be moving across Perry County. This stretching back, notice how it does become a bit more scattered. This is the newest development, and what we're watching for is, does this fill in? Does it become basically as heavy as what we're seeing to the east? And notice even right over the Franklin County and Madison County, it does flare up here in the last few scans, so the last half hour or so. We're getting some more heavy rainfall developing right over the city. And again, that's going to be tracking through the central and southern part of Franklin County. Continuing, all this has to go east. It's all moving in the same direction. So the question that remains is, are we going to start to see some more heavy rainfall in these areas and then advancing over spots that have already had the rain? Hopefully not, but that's a scenario that could happen here tonight. But what actually is happening is we are getting some very heavy rain in Muskingum County. This is starting to clear out of Licking County. It has cleared out of Newark. We are still seeing that very heavy rainfall. Basically, this line from central Perry County all the way back through Fairfield into Franklin County, back into Madison County. So should all this continue to go over the same locations, especially looking out ahead in Perry County and even getting closer to the southern Muskingum County, parts of Morgan County, also getting down into, this is eventually maybe going to advance all the way down into Athens County. That's going to be a concern even over towards Noble County, that we have to watch for some of those areas for additional threats of, some flash flooding. And it's possible that we can get some of this into northern parts of Hocking County as well. But I would say the really concerning areas is those spots that got torrential rainfall back Monday night into Tuesday. Perry County, Morgan County, Muskingum County, and even northern Athens County. There could be a threat for some more torrential rainfall here, especially across Perry County. That's going to be our biggest concern, I think, going through the rest of the overnight hours. So while we are looking at that, if we do have some of our DOT cameras that we are able to take, I believe we were at one point looking at Interstate 270 and US 33. So this is the southeast side. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom the radar into that area. So you can see that's clearly the spot right around Groveport where we're getting some of that heavy rainfall. And yeah, it's coming down pretty good. You know, the camera, it's not completely zero visibility, but there's some pretty heavy rainfall moving through that area along I-270 and the exit for US 33 if you're heading off towards like Canal Winchester and Lancaster. Getting some heavy rain, and that heavy rain does stretch all the way down through Canal Winchester over towards Baltimore, over towards even into Lancaster. The heavy rain is just north of Lancaster into Pleasantville, Rushville, Junction City, New Lexington, over to Crooksville, getting some very heavy rainfall here tonight. So these are going to be our concern areas here that we have for additional flash flooding. So I just switched it back to another look at our radar here. This is the live radar, and this is just a better look at how heavy that rain is. And I mean, yeah, unfortunately, it's moving into some of those same areas right around New Lexington, Junction City, and Crooksville that have already dealt with just such extensive flooding. And unfortunately, that could be another trend here for tonight. And I believe we are still looking at I-270 at US 33. So yeah, still getting some heavy rainfall moving through there. And as we look at the live radar full one more time here, again, this is the last few hours, and I'm just going to put this into motion here just the last hour or so. So you'll see that we had the rain start about an hour ago into western Perry County, and they're still getting some heavy rainfall into almost all of Perry County. So when I put the radar estimates on, we're seeing still a lot of green showing up around New Lexington. That's just because the rain just started about a half an hour ago. But give it another half an hour to an hour, we're going to see a lot more of this blue and some of that purple start to show up in the county, indicating rainfall of 1 to 2 inches, and it's not over yet. So there's a chance that some of these areas could get another 2, 3, maybe upwards of 4 inches of rainfall when all is said and done here tonight. And as we know, that is not good because some locations here had 6 to 11 inches of rain back Monday night into Tuesday. So not even just Perry County, but a lot of counties here in Ohio are just so waterlogged that the rain can't go anywhere. It's not going to soak into the ground. It's going to run off into streets. It's going to lead to some localized flash flooding. It's going to try to run off into some of the rivers. A lot of the rivers are still a little bit elevated, but it is going to run off into the rivers. It's going to run off into the streams and creeks. So if you live near some of those smaller streams, anywhere really that is prone to flooding that you know of, just be advised of that. If you live in a spot that is prone to flooding, if you got flooding back on Tuesday, Monday night and Tuesday morning, just be advised that maybe it won't be as bad a situation as what happened back Monday night into Tuesday, because getting another 6 to 11 inches is not what we are looking at here tonight. But even just 2 or 3 inches of rainfall can quickly lead to some more flash flooding, and that's going to be a concern here across parts of Perry County as we're already starting to see some of that heavy rainfall building further to the east. And we're going to start to see again more of that blue and unfortunately some of that purple indicating rainfall amounts over 1.5 inches start to progress a little bit further to the east. So going to bring this back to the live radar picture here again, and like I said, you can see that rain does extend pretty far back to the west, and it has filled in just a little bit more. So putting this back into motion over the last hour or so, there is still quite a bit of rain that has to continue to build through. So we're already getting some of the heavy rainfall here into central and northern Perry County. The rain here in Fairfield County, that's going to continue to go over. and the rain back here into Franklin County also is going to have to go over those areas. Now, I will say, as you look at the radar here, we got a lot of red showing up, but the further west you go, the less red you see. So as you go further west, the rain does get a bit lighter, but this is still developing. So by the time it gets closer to Fairfield and Perry County, it is possible that it could get a little bit heavier, and that's going to be really the trend that we're going to continue to watch here through the rest of tonight. So coming up on 12:45 here on our Saturday night, early Sunday morning now. If you're watching us, thank you for joining us here on 10 TV streaming. And if you're watching us live on Facebook, we've been tracking severe weather through the course of the evening and now here into tonight. We do not have any active tornado warnings. We do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings, but we are tracking heavy rainfall and flash flood warnings that are in effect here through at least the next couple of hours. We have flash flood warnings that were issued for east central and southeastern Licking County. Thankfully, the rain has now shifted a little bit further south of where we have that warning, but we also have the warning in effect for central and southern Muskingum County, where a lot of that heavy rainfall is currently moving through. So we are going to continue to track this for you here as we go through at least the next few hours. Any additional warnings that are issued, of course, if we have any more flash flooding, and especially if we get any more severe weather, should we get any tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings issued, we will be back on here to 10 TV streaming and, of course, here on Facebook Live to give you the latest severe weather information. Otherwise, we'll track this here as we continue through tonight. Hey everyone, meteorologist Aaron White here as we talk about more heavy rain that's moving through here tonight. Thanks for joining us here on 10 TV streaming. And if you are still up and watching on Facebook Live, appreciate you joining us here as we are still tracking a lot of heavy rain building through the area. And this is still leading to some more concerns of some flash flooding. And actually hear the printer going off right now, likely getting another flash flood warning here across parts of the area. So let's go ahead and look at the radar picture as we are still tracking a lot of this heavy rainfall building through. And you'll notice a lot of it focused over around McConnellsville, south of Zanesville, and back into areas around New Lexington. This is over Perry County, Morgan County, into Muskingum County, Noble County, and Guernsey County as well, as where we're getting some of that heavy rainfall here, at least for the last hour or so. And getting that latest update, this is a flash flood warning. This is actually in effect for Noble County until 4:45, as there has been some indications of about a half an inch of rain has already fallen, and expecting another 1 to 3 inches possible over the course of the next couple of hours. So yeah, watching a lot of things here tonight. I know it is pretty late here, or early morning for us on our Sunday, as we are still tracking some showers and storms rolling across the area. So here's a live view looking at Perry County, starting to see the heaviest rain moving away. Right now focused over the Bearfield area, still over Crooksville, Roseville as well, and starting to taper off a little bit in New Lexington, still getting some moderate rain, and also in Junction City back towards the Somerset area. This also does extend eastward into Morgan County, McConnellsville, also getting the heavy rain, extending over into Noble County, southern Muskingum County, and even further back to the west, we have some scattered showers that are still developing behind this. As you can see, there is still some light to, at times, pockets of moderate rain, where you see some of that yellow showing up there around Powell, Westerville, over towards Pataskala, Pickerington, Buckeye Lake. And zooming things out even more, what we are watching is that line kind of extending back towards the north and west. And this is what we're also keeping an eye on, is development back into Indiana. A lot of this really just flared up in about the last hour, and you'll notice it is pretty much moving due east, and that's going to bring it into Ohio. And this is all assuming it holds together, but because it has developed just in the last hour or so, right there just near and east of Indianapolis, we're going to have to track that continuing to build through later on tonight, because that could also lead to more heavy rainfall concerns and potential for additional flash flooding going through late tonight and really getting into our early Sunday morning here, as we track that building towards Dayton and eventually for us in central and southern parts of Ohio. So that's what's happening here tonight. We are also looking ahead to what's happening for Sunday. Few showers, maybe a couple storms in the morning, but the afternoon across central and southern Ohio, there is a chance that we could see some more stronger thunderstorms, with the threat for gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. And because of just how everything is playing out, what we saw earlier today, there's enough spin in the atmosphere that we can't rule out a possible funnel cloud, maybe a brief touchdown of a tornado, but more than likely our concern is going to be for those higher wind gusts and for more heavy rainfall. But it is something we'll be tracking for you here on 10 TV streaming, and of course on 10 TV as we go throughout your Sunday. So that's a look at the satellite and radar picture. I want to go ahead and also talk about the very heavy rainfall that has built in over the course of the last several hours. And we are getting another flash flood warning that has been issued here. You can see that just popped up on the screen. And going to go ahead and get that here in just a moment, as we are still tracking some more very heavy rainfall. But as you can see on your screen, this is a look at radar estimates for rainfall over the last 6 hours. And we had those storms tracking through Franklin County, through Fairfield County, southern Licking County, Perry County, Muskingum County, and now into Morgan County with very heavy rain, with the purple showing radar estimates of over 2 inches. And there are some radar estimates getting closer to 4 inches here in just the last 6 hours. That is leading to more flooding concerns. And this is a new update for the Looks like this is the flash flood warning for Morgan and Central Perry County. We are talking about, let's see here, we got between 2.5 inches and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1/2 inch to 1 inch are possible. Flash flooding is already occurring, and they're actually talking about road closures and water rescues potentially in New Lexington, Crooksville, and Roseville. So, yeah, that's a very concerning situation. Again, as we know that Perry County has already been hit hard by flooding earlier this week, and there is potential that we could be dealing with more issues for road closures and even the potential for water rescues happening here tonight with just so much rain that has fallen again in and around Perry County. Some of the heaviest rain, as we zoom in again, is really focused right there over New Lexington. Unfortunately, the areas that were hit hard, as we click on some of the numbers here, I mean, we're talking about upwards 2.5, 3, close to 4 inches of rainfall in just the last several hours. So maybe not quite to the level of what it was Monday night, but because it is still raining in these areas, another 1/2 inch to 1 inch is possible for some of these locations here for the next 30 minutes to an hour as that rain continues to fall. So that's what we have going on. As we look at the flash flood warnings, we have that flash flood warning in effect for Licking County. And this, just zooming out here, this is a larger area where we have flash flood warnings from Fairfield County through Perry County, through central and southern Muskingum County, northern Morgan County, and into west and central Noble County here for tonight. So a lot of things happening with that. Again, we are going to be watching to see how the situation develops in Perry County. The National Weather Service in Charleston is noting the threat is considerable for that flooding that is happening there in Perry County. Now, we will have to obviously watch to see how this plays out. Now, I will say the good news of what we are at least looking at here when it comes to the radar picture is that the heaviest of the rain is starting to move out of Perry County. So this is right here, Perry County. We are still getting some rain across the entire county, but here's the core of that really heavy rain now focused east into Morgan County and moving into Noble County. So it is moving away. Different situation from what happened Monday night. We had some of the rain moving away, and then we got more development of heavy showers and storms. We are getting some development of some showers, but they're not getting that intense, which is a good thing. We're just seeing some light showers back behind this. So once the heaviest rain clears out, things are going to start to settle down in terms of any flooding that is going on right now is going to start to recede. And if you are just watching us here on Facebook, if you're watching us here on 10 TV streaming, if you know of any flooding that is going on, we actually have a text line that you can actually text us. Let me get that number for you here. Just bear with me just for one moment as we get that number loaded up here, so you can actually text us if you have any reports. You can also email them, wx@10tv.com. If, again, you have any reports of flooding that is going on in your area, or if you have any damage from earlier storms. But that number that you want to text, if you have a report of any flooding that is ongoing in your location, if you can do so safely, just to let us know that you know of anything that's happening, 614-460-3345. Again, that number is 614-460-3345. And we really appreciate any and all weather reports that you can relay to us here. Of course, we are seeing stuff on radar. We can give you an idea of what is happening in terms of the radar, what is happening with radar estimates for rainfall. But when it comes to what is actually happening on the ground, how the situation is evolving in your town, we rely on reports. So if you do have anything for us here tonight, again, we really do appreciate that, just so we can relay that information to other people in the community, in the county, and even further east that could be affected by any potential flash flooding here tonight. So That's a live look at the radar here. It is 1:55 here on our Sunday morning, very early Sunday morning. Thank you for being here with us here on 10 TV streaming. And if you are watching us on Facebook Live or even YouTube, we've been dealing with this. It's been a pretty busy night. We've tracked tornado warnings through Franklin County. If you're watching us in Columbus, at least in the central and southern part of the county, or the sirens going off, you likely got that notification, of course, on your phone. We had, a tornado warning in effect. Thankfully, we did not have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. There was rotation on radar, which out of concern, the Weather Service issued that tornado warning. And we've also been tracking just a lot of heavy rainfall, including in Columbus around German Village, Franklinton. We got reports of some flooding around there. We also have flash flood warnings that are in effect for Fairfield County, southern parts of Licking County, Muskingum County, especially into Perry County. That is going to continue to be the concern here as we go through tonight. So another look at the radar picture, and then we are going to wrap things up here just around 2 a.m. We will have more updates on everything that's happened here tonight coming up at 6 a.m. on our newscast. If you want to join us for 10 TV News this morning, Sunday at 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. We'll have the latest on the forecast, of course, then as well. But this is a look at the radar. We are still tracking heavy rainfall in Perry County. We've gotten some radar estimates of anywhere from 2 to 4 inches already in parts of the county. More heavy rain focused east into Morgan County around McConnellsville, over towards Caldwell, there in Noble County, and then just some more light showers that are developing back towards the west here around Columbus and the North Metro, getting some of those showers. And we are still tracking some development on the radar picture as we zoom things out a little bit more. You'll notice if we go to the state view, we have some more showers and storms developing there into Indiana. All that is tracking to the east, and that's going to be something we're going to continue to watch here through tonight and really as we go through the morning to see if that also could lead to more of a heavy rainfall concern through the rest of the overnight hours. So there's a lot of things to track here tonight. And one thing I do want to mention before we do wrap things up is I just want to take a look at the latest severe weather outlook. So this is the severe weather outlook through the rest of tonight. And if it's able to load here, and it looks like we're not going to be able to get it because the Storm Prediction Center, the entity that actually puts these outlooks out, they're actually in the process of making an outlook for Sunday. And so we do not actually have that in our system yet. But actually, nope, there we go. As I'm talking about it, we actually have it there. So this is the latest outlook for today, for Sunday. So mainly for later this afternoon and evening, after about, I would say really after the noon hour, from 12 p.m. all the way through about 8 p.m. We are going to be tracking some scattered showers and storms, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and even a brief funnel cloud. Those are going to be what we're going to be watching for. But I will say, just as we've had this evening and tonight, additional heavy rainfall, potential for localized flash flooding. That is going to be the number one concern that we have for tomorrow. Severe weather is possible. It is a level 2 risk, but we're not anticipating any widespread severe weather, but a few storms could get strong enough where they produce gusty winds. And if they can get strong enough, if they can build up high enough, as we saw today, there's enough spin in the atmosphere as they grow up, they can actually tap into some of that spin and start to rotate. And that could lead to that chance for a brief funnel cloud, maybe a tornado, but those chances are low. The higher chances are going to be for the gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, and the even higher chance of the higher threat really is going to be for heavy rainfall, leading to some more localized flash flooding. So we are going to continue to track the developments here as we go through the rest of tonight. Again, we have several flash flood warnings that are in effect for parts of Perry County, Noble County, Muskingum County, Morgan County, back into Fairfield County. And if we do have any more updates on anything that develops here through tonight, we of course will let you know. Otherwise, you can tune in coming up in just a few hours for our newscast starting at 6 a.m. all the way through 9 a.m. on the latest forecast here on 10 TV.